Okay. Okay, good evening. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Montclair Township Board of Adjustment. Notice of this meeting has been published in the Montclair Times and the Star Ledger, as well as posted on the Montclair Township website and on the bulletin boards outside the doors to Montclair Township. This is a remote meeting. It is being televised live on TV 34, and it's also televised on the Montclair Government YouTube channel. It's being hosted using the Cisco WebEx meeting platform. So the first item on our agenda is our roll call. Mr. Allen is not here. Mr. Church. Not here. Mr. Fleischer.
Here.
Mr. McCullough.
Here.
Mr. Moore. Okay. Mr. Simon.
Here.
Mr. Harrison.
Here.
Miss Harris. She's excused, I'm sorry. Mr. Caulfield.
Here.
And Mr. Vieira. All right. I do believe Mr. Vieira and Mr. Moore are expected to join.
He's appearing on the screen right now, Mr. Vieira,
Mr. Vieira, okay.
as an attendee, not a panelist.
All right, I will make Mr. Vieira, I'm going to make you a panelist. And
I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you're here. Okay.
Okay, we have the approval of the minutes of the November 17th meeting. I have a couple of changes. On page 2, line 18, the sentence in the middle of the sentence, it says the signs were, and it should say marked as Exhibit A1.
Okay.
And on page 3, line 7, where it says Bob Silver, it should say the representative of the applicant and the property owner. And Bob is not literally the owner. And then I'm not sure what the actual testimony was, but on page 12, you have Mr. Silver referring to 9 parking spaces, and then Elizabeth Dolan on page 11 is referring to 11 spaces. And I don't know if one of them misspoke during the hearing or whether one of those is in fact not what they said. But can you just check that?
I will. Yeah, I know I had the 2 different numbers in my notes.
Okay.
I will.
But if they use different numbers, that's fine. Let's be sure. I don't have any other changes to the minutes. Does anyone else have changes to the minutes?
Move approval of the minutes with the changes and corrections made by the chair.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Stay.
Janice, I didn't get a meeting schedule for next year.
Okay, you know what? I'll pull that right up on the screen then. So that
And can we do that later so I can check for?
well, the problem is we have to carry, yeah, we have to carry one of the applications to.
Yeah, okay. So so you did the January 5th is a potential problem for me. January 19th is a definite problem for me.
Okay.
And while we're at it, and well, February 2nd is my wife's birthday. So you started off real well.
I know. Well, the second meetings, we might not necessarily have, but we do need 2 meetings in January because of the number of applications we're carrying. So, I'm pulling up my calendar here. So if we don't do January 5th, you said you think you have a problem.
Right. I know I have a problem on the 19th. I'm before the Neptune Planning Board of Adjustment that night. So I know, I mean, I'll live with the 5th, but
Well, could we do the January 12th and January 26th instead?
that's fine with me.
That's fine with me also.
Okay, and the other date you had a problem with was February what?
2nd,
Okay, so in February, if we don't do the 2nd, we could do the 9th and the 23rd.
Well, the 16th is all right, Bill, right?
yeah, the 16th is fine. I mean, it's 2 in a row, but
Okay,
I mean, if we did the 23rd, the second would be 2 in a row with a March meeting, which hopefully.
let's just change the 2nd to the 9th. And if
Okay.
we don't need to meet on the 9th, on that first February meeting, we could just cancel that.
Okay. Anyone else with any other changes? Okay, someone want to move adoption of the schedule for next year, as proposed?
Move approval of the schedule for next year as modified, I thought. Was it not modified?
As modified, yes.
As
Um,
modified.
Second.
Okay, I should have said one other thing. So this is setting all the meetings will be virtual. Is that correct? It kind of ends at the bottom there.
Okay,
Yeah, I want to know, okay, now that I can read it, so what does that mean, I guess is my question. So I'm a member of the public and I want to figure out where we're going to be on any given meeting. And I know we don't know the answer to that question for July, for example, but I'm also trying to avoid having to do the notice again.
okay, it says we may meet remotely if a public health emergency is stated, and we're still operating under the state of emergency and meeting remotely. Once we're no longer meeting remotely, then we'll go back to our regular meeting schedule, I think, and meet at the municipal building.
Okay, but I guess the change is it should say will meet remotely. I mean, my understanding is there continues to be some state of emergency, we will meet remotely, period, not
Right.
we may. So if you change that to will meet remotely if there's
Okay,
a public health or state of emergency, et cetera. And then if they've gone away, we will return to in person.
okay.
Now, someone would want to move the schedule as amended.
Move approval of the schedule as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Janice, do you want to introduce our new assistant planner? And
Yes, I'm very happy to announce that our new assistant planner, Tommy Scibilia, is here with us this evening in virtual world. So Tommy's listening and taking notes and will hopefully be ready to take the reins of these remote meetings next month. So,
Nice to meet
Tommy,
everybody.
there.
welcome. Glad to have you.
Tommy's got quite a few years of experience in planning. His last planning work was for the city of Fairfax in Virginia.
Pleasure to meet you, Tommy. Welcome.
And Jonathan, you're here, so I will mark you as present.
Great. Thank you. I've been on for a while.
Okay.
Okay, the first application is that of, Janet, do you want to announce the postponement?
Yes, application 2767 for 173, 177 Highland Avenue has requested a postponement. There is an error because I'm on the agenda that I have posted, I indicated that that will be postponed to the January 5th meeting, but since we just adopted the calendar for next year, that meeting will actually be January 12th. And we received a notification that they agree to this and no additional notice will be required.
Okay, and you'll confirm with them that they now know it'll be on for the 12th, not the 5th.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
For any members of the public who are here for that application, the application for the property at 173-177 Highland Avenue is being continued to our meeting on January 12th, 2022. No further notice will be provided, so make a notation, so we'll see you then.
I'd also like to note that we now, Jay Church is now present as well.
The first application is that of Anjeli Sharma, owner of property at 2 Columbus Avenue. This is an application for a variance to construct an addition to the house. The property is in the R1 one-family residential zone and is designated on the township tax maps as Lot 45 and Block 4304. Variance is required from Montclair Code Section 347-45C3, which requires that additions to existing buildings comply with side yard setbacks of 6 feet for 1 yard and 10 feet for the other. The proposed dormer has a side yard setback of 4 feet 1 inch on the west side. A variance is also required from Montclair Code Section 347-45A2, which states that the maximum height is 2.5 stories, and the rear facade of the house will be 3 stories pursuant to Montclair Code Section 347-23D, which states that a dormer that is more than 50% of the width of the facade at its widest point shall be considered a full story. Are taxes paid, and is the notice in order?
Yes, the taxes have been paid and notice is in order. And Ms. Sharma is here. You just need to turn on your microphone so we can hear you. And let me pull up the application. I will pull up the plan.
Okay, Ms. Sharma, you're present?
Ms. Sharma, I don't believe you have your microphone turned on. There, now you do.
Sorry. You think we'd be better at this by now? Thank you. Yes, we are present.
Ms. Sharma, would you do me a favor? Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address, please.
Anjeli Sharma, 2 Columbus Avenue, Montclair, New Jersey, 07042.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to proceed and tell us what you want to do, and
Yeah, so I've never done this before, so I'm not quite sure. So I'll just kind of start with some history and then hopefully you can guide us with some questions. And so the reason for us applying for this variance we've lived in Montclair since 2014. 4 years ago, we moved my mother, his mother-in-law, to Montclair to be closer. And then after the move, she had fallen, and it had us starting to think about what other options we might need to do that actually brings her even closer than just being in town. So we are on, as I'm sure you can see, and we've taken a couple of pictures, a pretty narrow lot and a narrow size home on the lot. And so from a cost perspective and trying to think about where can we maximize space for when and if that time comes, was the 3rd floor. And so we got a contractor, got an architect, and we're trying to maximize, especially if that space needs to be shared with a potential home care. So we were just like, how can we maximize this? So we had an architect draw it out. And then he was telling us that, given some of the codes, we could probably only get like half of that space. And the options were to come and present that to the board and show what we're trying to do. I can just share my screen for a second.
No, you can't share
No,
your
I can't,
screen.
sorry.
What I have, all of your exhibits, just tell me which sheet you want me to show.
Oh, I had just taken some photos. It's not one of the drawings. It was just a kind of, the thing about this lot, I'm not sure, do they have, I think you have a lot map that,
Oh,
There's
can you
really
see the
not-
screen?
yeah.
There we go.
So lot 12, so the interesting thing about where we butt up to Tremont, right, is the one. So what I was going to show is that the house that's on Tremont is actually like 3 backyards. So there's really nothing, no house like directly behind us because they just have this elongated yard. So there's actually not very many houses in view. From an aesthetic point of view, or the house next to us, and this is why we had the idea, they have a full dormer, which they had obviously gotten many years ago. So I was going to show those pictures, but I didn't send them in. Sorry, I thought I could show them now.
I can't share the screen, unfortunately.
That's okay. Okay.
So the dormer's in the back.
So the dormer's in the back, and you can see, we're kind of like, it's long, but it's very narrow. And so, again, trying to think of cost effective, like without moving, and it's like crazy right now, and without like trying to figure out the most cost effective way to try and add space was to take what we already had, like the attic. And so if we just dormer it, like we can fit a full bathroom, potential, care space, and it just opens up our options. But again, didn't realize the codes that might limit that option. So that's what we're here today to talk about. And part of like going the distance, going all the way into it was like, if we're doing this to try and maximize as much space as we can try and get up there.
Okay, so I believe this is sheet 2. It shows the elevation of the dormer that you're talking about.
Yeah. And it mimics, I don't know if I could email it, like, it's basically exactly the same as the house next door, but like I said, they had built it way before. So it actually would look symmetrical to our neighbors. That house there, you can see it a little bit in that photo.
And Janice, the area also shows that, how that roof.
Yeah, you can see it there. And then it's a weird spot, like then there's Glen Ridge, but again, like there's not quite, it's actually pretty nice in the back there because it's pretty, there's not much around it.
Okay, we'll start questions with Mr. Fleischer.
I guess one of my questions was simply, is your driveway on the adjacent property?
It is, sorry, did I cut you off?
Is your driveway on the adjacent property? Or
Yeah. No, what is really kind of a bit strange is there's like a tiny bit as you go all the way to the back that hits Glen Ridge, but the driveway is considered part of Montclair. I don't know if you can see it in there. It kind of like does this weird cut.
I was trying to figure, and what is on the other side of your property, which is the area where we have the problem with the dimension? What's on the lot immediately next to you on the property?
Here?
Yes. Is that a driveway? What is that?
I think, yes, I think that would be the driveway of the neighbors.
Okay. I apologize for not having gotten out there to look. I guess well, now I'm a little lost.
This is the house.
Yes, and that driveway on the left is the neighbor's driveway.
It's kind of, we joke that I think maybe the guy was drunk when he made them because he put all the driveways on like the wrong sides of the house where like our side door goes out to their driveway. So it kind of looks a little funky, but yeah, that's their driveway is what's in between us.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. I guess the basic question is, can you make the dormer about 2 foot narrower, and therefore keep it 6 foot from that property line? That's my basic question. I'm looking at the plans, I'm looking at the layout. It's a very, very large toilet facility, which has a substantial amount of space in there. And if that dormer could be pulled in 2 feet, unless I'm reading it wrong, if that dormer could be moved in 2 foot, then at least the dormer would conform to the lot line. So that's my primary question. And I'd feel a lot more comfortable if we weren't building up another whole section of house that closed. But exactly where is the face of that? In the elevation, it shows it inboard of the roof line, obviously. But it's basically aligned with the house. So is there any way of moving that door? Is there any way of moving it to the right on that picture about the foot, I guess about probably 1'11" or 1'10" to make it conforming at least to the 6 foot requirement?
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're asking like if we went the full but not the full to be within, sorry, this is not my I don't know the terminology or anything, but basically I think what you're asking is that second variance that we're asking for to go the full way if we went full but not all the way to
Yeah, if you didn't go all the way to that side, you'd be, if you held that back to at least 6 foot from the property line versus the 4.1 foot that the house is now, I'd feel a lot better about approving it if it can be pulled in that way. You don't have your architect here, I don't think, so.
No, I mean, it could,
I don't know if there's a technical issue, but I wouldn't think there is. So the question is, could it be moved? Could it be shrunken by a foot? And by about 2 feet, or is that not possible? That's the question.
yes, because it's not it was to kind of maximize versus it being anything that was a what would the word be, like determine, like it wasn't determined, like it was like, how can we maximize this? And that's where we wanted it to go all the way. If it was okay, you can extend, but you can't go to that second, you know, we would definitely be willing to bring that in.
I mean, I personally would feel more comfortable if we at least didn't allow it to go up the full, this very large dormer, which constitutes a 3rd floor. If we were able to keep it 6 foot from the property line, I'd feel more comfortable with it. That's my only question. I don't know if anybody else feels the same way or if anybody else has any questions, but I'll leave it to them to state it.
Okay, Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
Mr. Church, your microphone's not turned on. You might want to come back to him, Bill.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question about what's the intended use of the space? I understand that the principle is that you're wanting to create additional space within your house for an elderly family member. So is the 3rd floor the way that you've designed it to become a master bedroom and bath? Is that what you're trying to do, or are you intending for the elderly person to be on the 3rd floor? Would you just help me understand what your intent is here?
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that, but I don't want to say that we would not decide that maybe we go up there and she goes on the 2nd, given her fall. The intent is again, this is so hard to plan because I didn't even think I would be here having to do this because we thought just by moving her to Montclair was enough. So our idea is that that space, should it get to the point, we need options. Like, so if we needed to move her in and she needed a caretaker, like that's one of the reasons it's a larger space, like we have that option. Because right now I don't know, you know, like when she moved in, she was fine. Then she fell, now she can't remember most things. Like, so it's just like, so I wish I could give you a definite answer. It's partly going to depend on how those needs change. But the idea is we're trying to maximize the space because we have 2 kids, we've got ourselves, we got the potential of, you know, the family member and any help that she needs, even if they don't stay 24/7, they would need to be with her. So I'm sorry, that's the best I can.
No, that's very helpful. So I mean, basically your intent is to try to create as much flexibility in the
Exactly.
house as you possibly can.
Exactly.
So I see that there's one stairwell which goes to the 3rd floor. Is there only one stairwell that runs through the house, or do you have 2 stairwells?
We have 2, so there's the one that goes up to the 2nd floor, and then to access the 3rd floor, you have to go through like the 3rd room and up.
Right, so there's only one that goes from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor.
Yeah, sorry. Mhm.
That's- Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have for right now. Mr. Chairman? Did you hear me?
Sorry. Mr. Moore, do you have any questions? My wife was in the kitchen. I was muting myself. I forgot I had done that.
No questions at the moment.
Mr. Simon, do you have any questions?
Questions?
Hey, Mr. Caulfield, do you have any questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
Mr. Vieira, do you have any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I want to follow up a little on what Mr. McCulloch was asking. So the existing stairs to the 3rd floor, now they're at the back of the house and that would remain unchanged. And basically this addition would be behind where those stairs are, is that correct?
That's the intent. The one thing that we have talked to the architect again is like depending on the needs that we have, because they are pretty steep now. You know, ideally everything would stay just as it is. I don't know if, again, like, I don't know. I'm trying to do the best that we can to prepare, but like, if they are too steep, we may have to relook at that. But for that, like for what we're trying to at least prepare for now, we're hoping it's staying as it is, and we're hoping that that is what it is.
Okay, do you have anything further before we ask the public if they have any comments on the application?
Nope.
We didn't hear from Mr. Church.
Oh, yes. Jay, Mr. Church,
Yes.
do you have any questions?
He's
I
still
have
not
no-
showing the mic. There it is.
I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who either have questions, testimony, statements, anything you want to say about the application? This is now your chance. We're going to unmute all the microphones, and if you could communicate your interest in saying if you have any comments about the application, we'll let you in and have your say.
Okay, public, you are unmuted. So if you have any, this is your opportunity to ask questions.
Or if you have any statements or comments on the application.
I don't hear any.
Okay. Is there, Ms. Sharma, do you have anything further you want to say before we discuss and vote on the application?
No, I think that's it. Yeah, thank you for hearing our case.
Okay, we'll start discussion with Mr. Church.
I have no problem with this application. I think that some of the points Mr. Fleischer made are good. However, I didn't really have a chance to get out and see the property either, but the applicant seems to have a desire to make an accommodation for an elderly parent. I believe in their application now, I would vote in favor of it.
Okay. Mr. McCulloch,
I'm also, I think, in favor of the proposal. I'm just looking at the design, and I'm making the assumption that there is sufficient ventilation for keeping the third floor reasonably temperate during the summer as well as during the winter. I see the applicant nodding, so I need that understanding that I'm generally in favor of this.
Mr. Moore,
I don't see this as a detriment to the neighborhood or any type of a hindrance. I'm generally in favor of the application. I think that by adding a dormer may enhance the value in the home and also fulfill a need. So I am in favor.
okay, Mr. Simon,
I'm generally in favor. I have to agree with Mr. Fleischer. If there's no technical or construction reason why it needs to be as wide, so that it can be reduced to conform or will not require the first variance, that would be ideal. And it seemed like the applicant did not have any resistance to that. So I would be in favor if they were to reduce it by the 2 feet, so they would only require the one variance. That's it.
Mr. Caulfield,
I thought you did a good job presenting this project. I'm in favor of this, of what's happening here, and good luck with everything.
Mr. Vieira,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also in favor of this application. Thank you.
Mr. Fleischer,
I'm basically in favor of the application. I always worry about the precedent we establish because in certain circumstances, this would be particularly difficult. And so I am concerned about the width, and I'd rather see it pulled back to the 6-foot point from that property line on the west. But I'm not going to shoot the thing down. I just think we need to be careful when we approve these things, not to establish a precedent to allow a building to rise in a sense higher when it's outside of the yard restrictions. So that's my perspective on it.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
yes.
Joe, I'm just looking at the aerial view and property number 4. If I'm looking at the west, it looks as though, and it's, can't really tell, but it looks like they might have made that same kind of an accommodation on the dormer. Do you see that as well?
In here?
No, I
I
mean, it's the other side of that.
I
This
can't
is the
find
other
it.
side of that.
Yeah.
And the answer is, I have no way of knowing. I don't know that there was a variance issued or whether it was built before the regulations were modified or what it was. And we also don't know how close they are to the property line. It looks the same, but they could still be 6 foot from the property line. So I understand the point. I understand your question though.
Okay. I'm in favor of the story number, having the 3-story variance. I don't have strong views on the other. I mean, we've done a number of variances where we've allowed applicants to follow the line of the existing building. You know, I think it's the combination of the two factors of having the additional story and then allowing that deviation to be within 6 feet of the property line, which I think is troubling some members of the board, and it's giving me concern as to, you know, without a justification as to that, I think that they've, you know, otherwise not shown this will not be a substantial impairment to the zone plan or substantial detriment to the public good for the 3-story, but I don't know the best way to do this. Why doesn't someone make a motion to approve the 3-story variance? And that seems to be simple and easy, and let's get that out of the way.
Make that
And-
motion.
Second,
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Okay, now I'll leave it to someone to make a motion. The motion would, I think, either be, unless you want to do some middle ground, would either be to deny the side yard variance or to approve the side yard variance. Unless you want to say you want it one, you know, have it 5 feet versus 6 feet.
I mean, technically, isn't it automatically a side yard variance required anyway because the main building itself is there and that's what's being expanded? Or am I missing?
No, I think if they, I mean, Mr. Sullivan can correct me, but I think if they had come in with it keeping the 6 feet, it would just be the story variance they would need, since they're not doing anything to the existing house.
Yeah, I think that, Janice, that's correct, right?
That's correct.
So, yeah, I think it'd either be a motion to approve the application as presented with respect to that side yard or a motion to deny.
Motion to approve,
Who made the motion?
John McCullough.
Okay.
For a second?
Second,
Okay, Janice, you want to call the roll?
Sure. Mr. Church,
yes.
Mr. Fleischer,
Yes.
Mr. McCullough,
Yes.
Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Simon.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Mr. Caulfield
Yes.
and Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
And John, is that, I believe, yes, also. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. You're
So it's
You're
approved.
approved. Both variances are approved, so go build it and good luck with your family.
Thank you so much. This is amazing. Thank you very much. I appreciate you hearing our case.
The next application is that of Michelle Glennon. This is for property at 310 North Fullerton Avenue. This is an application for variance to construct a new detached garage. The property is in the R1 one-family residential zone. Property is designated on the township tax maps as Lot 19 and Block 3403. A variance is requested from Montclair Code Section 347-46A2A, which requires that accessory structures have a minimum side yard setback of 6 feet, and the proposed garage will have a side yard setback of 3 feet 7 inches. The variance is also required from Montclair Code Section 347-46A3, which requires that accessory structures have a minimum rear yard setback of 6 feet, and the proposed garage of a rear yard setback of 3 feet 3 inches. Are taxes paid and it's the notice in order?
Yes, on both counts.
And is Ms. Glennon present?
Yes, I'm here.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address, please.
Michelle Glennon, 310 North Fullerton Ave in Montclair, New Jersey, 07042.
That's all right.
And I'd love if we could bring on Jason Papa. He's our architect. He'll be presenting most of the project.
Okay. Mr. Pepa is the panelist.
All right, Mr. Paper, are you present?
Yes, hello.
All right, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
Name and address, please.
Jason Pepa, 101 Carteret Street in Glen Range, New Jersey.
Mr. Paper, you're a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey, is that correct?
Correct.
And your license is in good standing?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you start with your presentation?
The Glennons moved into the property this year and found the existing garage was dilapidated. I walked through the property with them, and they were unable to use the garage because of the condition. They were looking to improve that structure, but in the course of talking with them and understanding their use, their need for the garage, it also became apparent that a one-car garage was really more suited to their needs, and gaining some yard space for the children to play back there was actually quite a bigger concern than the extra storage space. So we're requesting to maintain the existing non-conforming side and rear yard setbacks, reduce the width of the garage, and it gets a bit longer towards the front yard, and build a new garage. So the photos in the upper left are the existing structure. You could see that there's some issues that's actually leaning and has a sag in the roof. It's not completely beyond repair, but it doesn't really make sense. If we were to build the proposed garage with conforming setbacks, there would be no improvement in the lot size. So by reducing the width of the garage by 4 feet, it's more than a 10% increase in the width of their backyard. It actually has a meaningful impact on the feeling of the space back there. Property is bordered on the two adjacent sides by similar residences, and the rear of the property backs onto the south parking lot of the Watchung Plaza. It's a Montclair municipal site.
Mr. Fleischer, do you have any questions?
The existing driveway is remaining, or is that what you're basically doing?
Yeah, existing driveway remains. It's a shared gravel driveway. The Glennons have recently, I think both property owners redid the gravel on that driveway.
And you feel that moving it the other 2'3" basically north would create a problem for?
Well, it's just that part of the reason why I recommended them to go with a narrower garage was because of the use of the backyard was more important to them than the storage space. So, instead of repairing what's really a garage that should be, in my opinion, rebuilt, and not really gaining the yard space, yeah, I think that it's sort of a compound interest, and you get a better you get a better structure here, and you get this meaningful difference in your backyard.
Does the existing garage have a foundation, or is it basically a slab? And
it's a slab. It would be
Slab, and it's very cracked.
yeah.
But there's no foundation. There's no footing and foundation there.
No.
I would also add, just on the condition of the garage, that part of the reason that we're concerned about repairing it or versus building a new one is that there was extensive termite damage from previous owners that seems to have stopped, but is definitely affecting the integrity of the structure.
I wasn't trying to keep you from taking the garage down. I was trying to say that if the footing of the foundation was there, that gives us the ability to say, well,
I see.
we're building on the existing foundation and take a different perspective on it. Given the location of this property, the adjacent garage, which is forward of this garage, and the location, I'm not that uncomfortable with it. And so I'd like to hear from my other colleagues on the board. If you were asked to move the thing forward to eliminate the rear yard variance, I presume that would not be a problem.
I'd say that would be less of a problem. We're more concerned with the side variance, but the more space we have in the yard is definitely priority one, and having the space beyond where the two driveways break, which actually it looks pretty long on here, but it doesn't feel that long in an SUV. Will also be nice. So, but preference is definitely on the side yard variance.
And if I'm looking carefully, the adjacent garage is barely over the property line at all, right? It's virtually right at the property line?
Yeah, it's very close.
Okay. Thank you. That's the only questions I have at this time.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Papa. Hope I'm saying your name correctly. Am I right?
Papa, but you're close enough. I don't sweat it.
I was reading the application while you were being introduced, so my apologies. So, but as you were describing the project, you made reference to this garage at the time that the family purchased the property, and you said that subsequent to that, they determined that that dwelling was inadequate for the use. So my question is, what happened from the time when you were looking at the property and purchasing it and thinking about how you were going to use it to this time, in which you now reached the conclusion that this part of the property is no longer adequate to meet your needs?
Well, that question might be better suited for Michelle, but I'll say, when I did the walkthrough with them on the property, she would not go in the garage and had never been in the garage because of feeling that it was unsafe. There's not a square member there. It's not impossible to to preserve a structure like that if there's a will, but there doesn't seem to be much of a reason to do so in this case.
So, Michelle, can you speak to that, please? Thank you.
Sure. We were aware of the state of the part of the garage that was affected by the termite damage when we purchased the property. We hadn't at the time brought a contractor in to know if there would be how repairable it would be at the time, but I will say I also didn't know that the way that the garage door is in with the slanting sides of it. I didn't realize that one of the garage doors doesn't open until we had already moved in, because I guess the one that was open was always open when I was here. So I guess I can't say that too much has changed from the time that we were looking at the property and to the time that we purchased, but we knew that it was going to need work. We just didn't know until we had somebody come through and look at it to know for sure if it could be repaired or if it needed to be rebuilt.
So this sounds like more of a situation where now you've begun to sort of live into the space and you're discovering what works for you and what doesn't work for you. Is that correct?
Somewhat, yeah, I think so. That's definitely part of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Moore, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Mr. Simon, do you have any questions?
Questions?
Mr. Caulfield, do you have any questions?
Is there going to be a window in the back of this garage?
There's no window in the rear, no.
No, 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 no. Okay. At first I thought maybe you should move it up. But since it's behind the parking lot, I'm perfectly fine with what this looks like. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Vieira, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a question for the applicant. Do you currently use the garage to park your car?
No, we don't.
You don't. And the gravel driveway, do you share that with your neighbor, Joey?
So we own the driveway, the part of the property. The driveway is on our property, and our neighbors have an easement up to where it splits.
I see. And you don't have any concerns of placing your now that you will be using the structure to park your car, you don't have any concerns that it's too close to the neighbor?
No, I don't think so. Right now, we're both parked on our on either sides of the driveway. They actually don't use their garage to park their cars either. So I'd say we're actually probably closer. Our cars are closer to each other, where we would be further back in the garage.
Okay, I'm satisfied. Thank you.
The survey doesn't show the driveway continuing past the house back to the garage, and I mean, I couldn't tell from the garage, and from the street side, I couldn't see exactly what happened as it approached the garage. Does the driveway go all the way back to the existing garage?
When we moved in, the driveway was basically non-existent. I think it had been a gravel driveway at one point, but it was mostly dirt at the time that we moved in. So we had it leveled and had a proper first step of a driveway. We intend on paving it eventually, but as of now, because we were trying to plan for rebuilding the garage one way or another, it goes up to a few feet in front of the garage, leaving room for us to do this work. And then eventually, when we finished this work and anything else that we might be working on in our house over some time, then we would be paving the driveway, and that would bring it right up to the garage.
And the photo that's on the plans, I can't really tell from that either as to, I'm trying to get a sense of, I assume the driveway at least used to go in front of both of the garage doors. Is that correct? I mean, could you tell when you moved in?
I can't say I could really tell. It looks like people probably parked in front of both doors before us.
I believe so. There was a concrete apron in front of both doors, but yeah, there was very little trace of the gravel.
And I assume, based on the current condition of the garage, that it's unlikely that anyone parked in the garage for some period of time before Ms. Glennon buying that property. Is that correct?
I think that's a safe assumption.
Okay. Okay. We're going to again open it up for any members of the public who either have questions or statements or testimony, any comments whatsoever about the application. This is your chance. We're going to unmute everyone's microphones, and if you have something to say, speak up right away.
I've unmuted your microphone, so if you have any comments, questions. I don't hear any.
Okay. Ms. Glennon, Mr. Papa, do you have anything further you want to add before we discuss and vote on the application?
No, nothing on my end. Thank you guys for the review of everything.
Okay, we'll start discussion with Mr. McCullough.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm generally in favor of this application.
Mr. Moore,
I'm also generally in favor of this application.
Mr. Simon,
I'm in favor.
Mr. Caulfield,
I am in favor too.
Mr. Vieira,
I'm also in favor of the application.
Mr. Church,
I'm in favor.
and Mr. Fleischer.
Municipal lot, a number of reasons, and the fact that the adjacent garage is actually further forward of it, I think it's fine and it's easy to maintain the way they have it set up, so I'm in favor of the application.
I'm also in favor of the application. I think they have shown justifications for the reasons Mr. Fleischer stated, and that there will, and it's, you know, given the existing location of the garage on the property, I don't think there will be a substantial detriment to the public good or a substantial impairment. I do think we should put a condition on that the drainage from the south side of the garage be directed so the stormwater off the roof so it stays on the subject property. Any other discussion? If not, would someone like to make a motion?
Move approval of the application with the conditions stated by the chair.
I
Second.
second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Go build a new garage.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
The next application is that of Alex Josephson. This is for property at 28 Marion Road. This is an application for a variance to construct an addition to an existing garage. The property is in the R1 one-family residential zone district. The property is designated on the township tax maps as Lot 29 in Block 1805. A variance is requested from Montclair Code Section 347-46A2A, which requires that accessory structures have a minimum side yard setback of 6 feet, and the detached garage has a side yard setback of 2.16 feet. Variance is also requested from Montclair Code Section 347-46A2B, which requires that accessory structures have a rear yard setback of 6 feet, and the detached garage has a rear yard setback of only 2.68 feet. Are taxes paid, and is the notice in order?
Yes, taxes are paid and the notice is in order.
And is Alex Josephson present?
I am present. Yes. Hey, everyone. And if you wouldn't mind opening the line for Javier Fuentes, I think he's in the room. He's the architect on the project as well.
And Mr. Josephson, are you going to testify at all?
Sure.
Oh, I mean, it's up to you. You can just pass it to Mr. Fuentes.
Yeah, no. I'm more than happy to as well. Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Josephson, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
State your name and address, please.
Alex Josephson, 28 Marion Road, Montclair, New Jersey, 07043.
Okay, and Mr. Fuentes, are you present?
It's Mr. Fuentes. You need to turn on your microphone. Okay. Okay.
There we go. There we go.
Okay. Mr. Fuentes, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address, please.
Yes, Javier Fuentes, and 612 Galloping Hill Road, Roseville Park, New Jersey.
And Mr. Fuentes, you're a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey, is that correct?
I am.
And your license is in good standing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know how you want to do your presentation, if you want Mr. Josephson to go first or Mr. Fuentes. If you're going to go into it, you guys go ahead.
Sure. I can take it from, it's a pretty simple project. The existing garage, as it is now, the roof is in pretty bad shape. And, when we were looking at this design, we were talking about possibly being able to give this garage the ability to have more storage. And so being that it had such a low pitched roof, we were looking at possibly redesigning and restructuring the roof to be able to have an upper storage area, and that is where this affects the side yard and the rear yard, because even though we aren't actually expanding the garage in any way, sort of horizontally, vertically we are. And so what we've done is we've created a design that resembles that of the style of the house, and creates something that can be really special and useful for storage. And as a growing family, the Josephsons could really utilize that upper storage area. And I think, let me see. So let me just see if I have anything else I would like to add. I mean, there's a drop-down ladder that we're proposing. It still has the same ability to be able to park two cars as it does now, with just a different style of design. And the height meets the max that it's allowed at 15 feet. And again, there's no expansion of this garage in any way horizontally, just vertically.
Mr. Fleischer, do you have any questions?
I just need a clarification.
Mhm.
Are you keeping the existing walls and foundation up to the roof structure, or are you taking the entire structure down and rebuilding it in the same place?
The intent is to keep the walls and be able to add to the roof. We found that there was some damage on the side of the bottom of the wall of one of the structure of this garage, but from what we found, it's not something that is at this moment of concern. But what we're providing with this design is to fix any concern of that or any issue with that.
Does the garage now have a foundation, or is it simply a wood structure on a slab?
From our assessment, there is a foundation that is separate from the slab, so the slab is just sitting on grade. And
I'm not sure. I'm not sure
I
I
think
heard
we
the
lost
whole
you.
answer. I mean, I'm asking, is there a full foundation underneath this garage that goes down below the frost line, et cetera, et cetera? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Again, from what I was able to assess without having been able to dig the area, we know, we can see that there is a foundation.
I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
Yeah, my question really was along Mr. Fleischer's lines. If it's a slab, then it's easier to move, I suppose. However, if there's a foundation, does there have to be one or the other? It doesn't have to be both. My impression is all they're doing is adding to what's there, not changing the wall, just repairing that part that you just mentioned and going up. Am I correct in that assumption?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the only question I have right now. I just wanted to get it clear because I don't see any pictures of the existing garage. And
Understood.
it's kind of hard for me, a layman, to make a determination.
Right.
Therefore, I'll just hold my question here.
Okay.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
I don't think I have any questions. I think the clarification was that the increased space has more to do with storage use in the future, or?
Yeah, that's correct. The roof right now, I think you can see sort of the side elevation drawing here. It's a flat roof, not a pitched roof, and so I think the peak of the roof, I don't know if that's the right technical term, pardon me, is about I think 10 feet and 2.25 inches, and our I think the standard or sort of height or maximum height, or if you look at our neighbors' garages, is about 15 feet. So we're just looking to take what's a flat roof and extend that elevation to the 15 feet so we can make full use of the storage of the garage. With 2 kids, they're accumulating various bikes and power wheels, and I'm accumulating snowblower, power washer, and then storing the patio furniture in the winter. So really it's just a matter of trying to get sort of parity with the full vertical extent of the garage.
We'll just wait until all the kids want their own car.
Yeah. Well, they were in real trouble. But and it may be worth noting, in case this is an additional question that comes up, we don't currently use the garage for our vehicles, and we don't have plans to actually, even with this renovation. We have the driveway is quite long, and so we park all the cars in the driveway comfortably.
Thank you.
Until the request for that car comes, but I can't think about that at the moment.
Mr. Moore, do you have any questions?
They have been answered.
Okay, Mr. Simon, do you have any questions?
Only if you were doing the construction and find that you did have to tear down the existing walls, would you be opposed to rebuilding at least with trying to avoid one of the variances? I know right now both sides are less than 3. Would you be opposed to having to rebuild within the 3 or 6 foot requirement of a new construction if you find that you have to take the walls down?
I think pardon the ignorance of the question, if the question is we did have to tear the walls down as part of the renovation, would we be willing to reduce the existing footprint of the garage? Do I have that right?
No, reduce the need for the variance, because right now you need 6 feet on the front and side, on the back and side. And right now you're at 2. And if you're gonna just fix and just go up on the existing, I'm totally in favor of that. But if during the renovations you find that the damage was too much and you had to build from scratch, would you be willing to improve on the setback so that it's not so you'd be building on a different footprint essentially? Would you be opposed to that if it came down to that?
Honestly, I would be opposed to that. Yeah, I mean, the motivation behind this job is to maximize the storage, and that would fairly significantly reduce the driveway space we have in the backyard.
Well, I don't think you would just be shifting. The size of the garage would be the same. You would just have to shift it,
4
slightly
feet,
up
right?
to the side.
My understanding is the garage would then come forward 4 feet. Is that correct?
Potentially, or to the side.
Yeah, I think that could be an issue for us. We've got a pretty small backyard and a pretty small driveway space in the backyard, which is where my kids play basketball and where they play in the yard. So I think that would pose an issue for us. But I don't have any reason to believe that this would be a tear down. This would be a tear down project of any sort.
So you're fairly confident that the repairs necessary would not require you to reconstruct. It'd be just a repair.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Javier.
Yes. I mean, from the inside of the garage, the studs are exposed, so everything is exposed from the inside. So as of right now,
And here.
Javier, I think we're losing your connection.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Maybe if you turn your video off, we might be able to keep your audio.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So, from what we've been able to assess from the inside of the garage, everything is exposed. The studs are exposed. The sills and the plate, the wall plates, everything is exposed. So it's easy from this standpoint to see that the studs, the walls are in good condition. So as of right now, I don't see any reason that we would find any issue when we go through the construction of repairing of you know improving this garage.
Mr. Simon, anything further?
No, no other questions.
Okay, Mr. Caulfield?
Do you have windows in the back of this garage?
There's a small window in the back of the garage. Yeah.
And obviously you'll put leaders on this garage back in front, I guess, for water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Vieira?
I guess the only comment, Mr. Chairman, would be similar to the last application. If we can have a condition that the stormwater will be managed within the property as opposed to closer to the adjacent property. Other than that, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
And that was one of my issues. The other, and just in terms of, let me give you my view, if for whatever reason you end up having to replace the existing garage rather than just putting in effect a new roof or building up from the existing walls, what we have historically done where that situation has existed is to require the applicant keep a 3-foot setback, and figuring that provides enough space between properties to maintain the area and without any difficulty accessing it. Would you have any problems if in what you think is a highly unlikely event, but if it occurs that you end up having to basically replace the garage, moving it so it's 3 feet instead of the 2+ feet it is now from the side and rear property line?
It would not be ideal. As I mentioned, we have very little space back there. If it's a matter of getting the project approved and we have to agree to that contingency, I suppose that we would.
May I ask a follow-up, Mr. Harrison, when you finish?
Yes. No, you go now.
Where is isn't there a garage adjacent to this garage on the other property? When I look at and how close is that to the? I mean,
I don't have the measurements. I would imagine, I don't know if the site survey indicates that or not.
no, it doesn't. Your site documents don't indicate anything other than what's on your property. It doesn't show any adjacent structures or anything else. It even shows further that there's I got the wrong. The site doesn't show the adjacent structures, and when I was looking at the overhead, it looked like there was a building literally right next to this one on the other side. And so one of my questions was, is there now a fence between the two properties?
Yes, there is.
So when we're talking about 2 foot, that's it, because you're up against the fence. I mean, that's where the issue comes up. The issue comes up with regard to the issue of maintenance and whether it ends up being just a drop zone for garbage and other stuff that no one squeezes into and cleans out. So it becomes a mess back there. That's why we moved towards that 3-foot alternative.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the other question is, at one level, you're going back to the 2-car garage, and another level, you say you don't even use the garages now. And my guess is, if you're not using your garage now, you're not likely to use it in the future. So the question would have come in quickly is a follow-up to Mr. Harrison. I think we will put I would like to see a condition in there that says, if the wall is not stable and cannot be preserved, that the structure needs to be moved at least 3 foot from the property line on that side property line. And with that, I would go with it. But I think that should be a condition in this because the 2 foot is really tight. And we've not allowed 2 foot on very, very many situations. We've avoided that kind of thing. And even though the requirement is 6 foot, we've allowed 3 because we know that can be maintained. But 2 is tough. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, and I don't have other questions. I mean, that was my basic issue on the setbacks. Are there any members of the public who have questions, statements, comments, testimony? This is your chance. If you have anything whatsoever to say or ask about the application, we will unmute everyone's microphones and speak up if you have something to say about the application. Janice, is everyone unmuted?
I'm sorry, everybody is unmuted. So now's your opportunity to speak.
Okay, hearing or seeing no one. Well, the seeing I'm a little dubious about, since people could call in. Is Mr. Fuentes, Mr. Josephson, anything further either of you want to add before we discuss and vote on the application?
Nothing on my end, thank you. Javier, do you have anything?
I just want to note that you know, we've taken a careful approach in the design of the roof to not create the overhangs to the side of the property, you know, so that, you know, considering the fact that there is the neighboring garage and the fence in play, you know, really we're trying to maintain that line, and we're being respectful of that. You know, we wanted to just be able to utilize a bit more storage into this, and of course, being that the in the future, the future homeowner want to have the ability to be able to store some space. This at least still gives them the full access of a garage for 2 cars with the ability to store above, and you know, have that be a better use. So that's all I wanted to add to my final comment on the design.
Okay, we'll start discussion with Mr. Moore.
I'm in favor of the application.
Okay, Mr. Simon,
I'd be in favor of the application with that condition that if it needs to be reconstructed, that they meet the 3 foot rear and side yard.
Mr. Caulfield,
Eric, can you hear me? I'm in favor.
Mr. Vieira,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also in favor of the application with the conditions that we've discussed, particularly the stormwater management, because we have an adjacent structure next to it, and if excessive moisture was to be in between those 2 buildings, I think it will definitely create some issues in the future. So if the stormwater can be redirected to the yard, I think it will definitely be a good solution. Thank you.
Mr. Church,
I would be in favor of the application with the proviso that the 3 foot setback be adhered to if repairs had to be made to the walls to move it over, only because of the narrowness of 2 feet. It's just too narrow a opening. So I'd be in favor with that proviso. vision.
Mr. Fleischer?
I think everybody's already talked about the conditions. I would point out that one side of the roof slopes back towards the rear yard. And the garage in the rear yard is practically touching it there. So I think it's particularly important that the drainage from that rear gutter and leader be specifically directed into the applicant's yard to avoid water coming down immediately adjacent to that garage behind them. So with the conditions on the drainage and the condition that if the structure needs to be removed because it is insufficiently stable to take the extra level or anything else, that it go back to at least 3 foot from each of the side, from the side and the rear yard.
Mr. McCulloch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard the applicant say that if the setback required adjustment, that he supposes that he would be in agreement. I would like to hear him definitively say yes, that he would comply.
Sure, yes, I would be in agreement with the complying to the 3-foot setback in the event that the wall needs to be taken down as part of the renovation.
Okay, with that in mind, then I'm generally in support of this application.
I'm also in favor of the application. I think the justification for this is based on the existing garage location, which is lawful. They're proposing to build up because of the proximity to the rear and side property lines. We need a condition that the drainage from the roof of the building be directed onto the applicant's property. And then in the event that the garage does end up needing to be torn down and replaced, that they maintain a 3-foot rear and side yard setback. If that eventuality, which hopefully doesn't happen, because applicant will have bigger concerns because they'll certainly add to the costs of this. But someone like to make a motion?
Move approval of the application with the conditions as stated by the chair.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, go make your garage taller.
Thank you so much.
Very much. Thanks, everybody.
Appreciate it.
Happy holidays.
Same to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next application is that of Roman Oben. This is for property at 183 Wildwood Avenue. This is an application for a variance to construct a new garage because this is our garage variance night. The property is in the R1 one-family residential zone and is designated on the township tax maps as Lot 5 and Block 2607. The applicant requests variance relief from Montclair Code Section 347-46A2A, which requires that accessory structures have a minimum side yard setback of 6 feet, and the new detached garage is a side yard setback of 3 feet. Are taxes in order? Is the notice in order, and are taxes paid?
Yes, on both fronts.
And is Mr. Oben present?
Yes, I am. I don't use WebEx a lot, but if you can undo my screen and then let John Guadagnoli on as well as the architect.
Okay, while we're doing that, I'm going to swear you in, Mr. Oben. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address, please.
Roman Oben, 183 Wildwood Avenue, 07043. How do I get my screen on? I don't know how to do this.
If you look at the bottom, there should be something that says video next to where the microphone is. This microphone symbol that you obviously use to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm using for my laptop. I don't see a video setting. And I've used WebEx before.
Do you see the mute button?
I see mute and it just says audio options. It doesn't say video. Oh, there it is. Okay. Now it's allowing me to start video. Got it.
Okay, very good. Is Mr. Guadagnoli present?
He should be.
Yes, I made Mr. Guadagnoli, you are a panelist. You need to turn on your microphone
And your video.
and your video.
Good to go.
If you want, is John on or?
John, John is, oh wait, John,
Yes, can you hear me?
yes,
Yeah.
now I can
Hello?
hear you.
Okay, good. Now what about,
Right.
hit it on, okay.
Mr. Guadagnoli, is your, I don't see him. Is your video on also?
I'm working on that right now. Hold on, okay.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
Name and address, please.
John Guadagnoli, architect, PC, 120 Walnut Street in Montclair.
Mr. Guadagnoli, you're a registered architect in the state of New Jersey, is that correct?
That's true, yes.
And your license is in good standing?
It is.
Okay, why don't you proceed with your presentation along with Mr. Oben?
Very good, I'll start. The project involves a tear down. As you can see in the photograph on the drawing I prepared, there's the garage is in the middle of collapse. So it's a two-car garage, an undersized two-car garage that's collapsing. So it's a replacement garage essentially. Currently, the garage has a rear yard. The existing garage has a rear yard setback of about 6 feet and a side yard of about less than a foot. What we're proposing is to construct a new two-car garage, slightly larger than the existing one, that maintains the 6-foot rear setback and increases the side yard setback to 3 feet in order to facilitate access and maintenance. The reason why when we are asking for this pardon on the strict ordinance of 6 feet with the side yard setback is that, well, two reasons. The ground or land to the west side of the garage drops off, and the more we move it to the west, the garage being, the more foundation is exposed, the more fill we have to bring in. It becomes a little bit of a cut and fill problem, and plus it also becomes so wide and so into the property that getting in and out of the one of the bays would be a bit problematic. So the garage complies with respect to height, with respect to rear yard coverage for an accessory building, and respect to rear setback. It's just this side yard we just need a little break on to make this happen. It's a wood frame structure, a simple gable roof, and two-car garage. That's it.
Yeah, and that street also, if you're on that's a street that smacks right into Acme. If you're going away from Park and Grove, it's a 20-degree incline. It drops right. Yeah, there it is. It drops, and there's that big oak tree there. It's almost like not so much of a cliff, but on that incline. So there's nowhere to actually move the garage based on the current structure.
Mr. Fleischer, do you have any questions?
No, and I thank you for actually moving the structure 10 foot in from the rear property line. At least that's the way I read it on the plans. Is that correct?
You know what? I'm at home. It's because of the shape of the property. Yeah, it's I believe it's 6 feet, isn't it?
No, the plans. That's why I'm asking the question now. The plans. Can you blow that up, Janice?
Oh, I'm sorry.
The plans show 10 feet there.
Yes.
And I assumed, frankly, that was because of the large tree and everything else that was there. To try to get in any closer would have been a nightmare. And I was going to use that to support the fact
Yeah,
that I think the application is a good one because it's clear that if you move the property, if you move the garage actually further to the west, it's almost impossible to get in and out of the west side bay. So I think this has been thoughtfully done. It keeps itself away from the tree. And it, in my mind, it has just about enough room to get out into the driveway. And so I think if it tried to go further west, it would be a real hardship. So I feel good about this as it's been submitted.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
I have no questions. I think the replacement of this garage will be to the common good.
Okay, Mr. Moore, do you have any questions?
I echo Mr. McCullough's comments. It'll be for the greater good.
Mr. Simon, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Caulfield, do you have any questions?
Just one. I mean, obviously, the tree will be killed by this. There's no other way to say this, because I had this happen to me on my property. The neighbor had expanded the garage. The roots of that tree had been damaged by that. So I mean, I think that is the negative effect of this. But I mean, that's part of the bill, I guess. Yeah, go ahead, John.
may I speak? Or is it?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah. No, we had the same concern. There's something I've done in the past a couple of times in this situation where you have a tree you really don't want to lose because it's a nice big grand old tree, is I use a grade beam. Essentially, I interrupt the footing many feet away from the tree, and I essentially create a beam that is a concrete beam that runs the shape of the garage, but is just above the grade, so that I'm giving the roots a lot more clearance. I'm staying further away from the roots. That's no guarantee it's still not going to kill the tree, but it usually works pretty well. It's just a
So you're higher. You're higher up there. Is that what you're saying?
exactly.
that
The whole
beam?
footing around
Okay.
the garage goes down to below frost depth, but
Yeah.
I bridge from one to the other. I make like a bridge. It's a grade beam,
Okay.
a beam that's on the grade but rests
Yeah.
at each end on a proper footing, 3 feet down, 3'6" down. So that's the it's a little. You can see it in the okay. If you look at the elevation, the west side elevation, you can see how the footing steps up. You see that? Do you see the dotted line?
Yeah.
And what that does is it gives some breathing room to the roots, so he's staying away from the roots. It still may do damage. I can't guarantee. Who knows where the roots really are? But I know this certainly helps and gives us a better chance of saving the tree.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vieira, do you have any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and just how are you planning to handle drainage from the roof?
Well, currently it's the water just comes off the roof. What I'm going to do is channel all the water toward the west onto the owner's own property. There's a long swooping lawn that slopes down, and and it's just going to be absorption through the grass. It's a big huge lawn, and the size of this garage is only slightly bigger than the old garage, so there isn't going to be any hassle with the neighbors who are directing the water onto our own property. So.
Okay, and are there any members of the public who have questions, statements, testimony, comments, anything you want to say about the application? This is your opportunity. We'll unmute all the microphones, and if you have a question or something to say, now is your chance. Speak up as soon as your mic is unmuted.
Okay, the microphone is unmuted right now. I don't hear any comments.
Okay. Mr. Guadagnoli, Mr. Oben, anything further you want to add before we discuss and vote on the application?
No,
Not
I
me.
appreciate the comment on we're doing something for the common good. That and every neighbor said, I hope that you could save that tree. It's a pretty big tree, but yeah, we've considered all those things, and no, I appreciate this process. Thank you.
Okay, we'll start discussion with Mr. Simon.
I'm in favor of the project. They're trying to give the tree a little bit more space, and the side yard improvement is always beneficial. So I'm in favor.
Mr. Caulfield,
I'm in favor.
Mr. Vieira,
I'm also in favor of the application.
Mr. Church,
I'm in favor of the application.
Mr. Fleischer,
I'm in favor of the application.
Mr. McCulloch,
I'm also in favor.
Mr. Moore.
I'm in favor of the application.
I'm also in favor. I think the applicant has demonstrated that due to the location of the driveway, which is dictated by the location of the house, that it's impractical to verging on the impossible to move the garage any further to the west to provide a larger side yard setback and still be able to use the west bay of the garage and safely get out the driveway without bumping into the house. You know, I certainly don't, I mean, this is not only not resulting in a substantial impairment to the public good, this is a benefit, as other members have said. He's may not work out for the tree, but he's doing the maximum to protect the tree and moving the garage further away from the tree. And it's certainly not a substantial impairment to the zone plan. So I think we just need the condition that they direct the drainage onto the subject property from the garage roof. And would someone like to make a motion?
Move approval of the application with the conditions stated by the chair.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, go build a much nicer looking garage than what you have now.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, guys.
And we'll take a break until 9:20 before we hear the appeal. And Janice, you can let our consultant know they should be ready, and we'll proceed with the appeal at 9:20.
Janice, I did send you an email.
I received it.
Okay.
Okay. Alexandra, I'm gonna make you well, actually, I'm gonna start with Rich McMahon. Rich, I made you a panelist to get you ready for your presentation. Okay. You might just want to make sure, Rich, that your microphone works. Alexandra, you're here from Suburban, right?
Yes.
Okay, so are you going to make the presentation or answer questions, or is it you and Darren?
Janice. Darren is also here, if you could let him in as well. And I believe we're just here to answer some questions. I wasn't going to give the presentation.
Right. I'm going to make you a panelist so you can answer any questions, and Mr. Phil as well.
Thank you.
Rich, I heard you. Do you want, and I assume you want Miss Meranus as a panelist as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's it, right? I've got Miss Meranus and Alexander Handel from Suburban and Mr. Phil from Suburban to answer any questions. So I think we're set for your for at least for the discussion.
Kathleen Bennett or somebody supposed to be from the HBC?
Kathleen's here.
Okay.
Okay, so I think I'll talk to the chair as to when he wants to. I think maybe perhaps we let you give your discussion.
Okay.
And then she'll give her discussion and we'll be able to move forward. But I'll Just want to make sure everybody's microphone's working, so we're ready to go at 9:20, which is in 10 minutes.
Hello,
Janice, can you hear me?
Who's that? Yes, I can hear somebody speaking.
All right.
This is Darren.
Oh, hi, Darren. How are you? Good.
Great. All right, perfect. So sounds like I'm wired.
Okay, yeah, you're ready to go. Rich is ready to go. Miss Meranus, I think I see your microphone, so I think you're ready. All right. So I am going to mute myself and take a break. Okay, so we were all set for the next application.
let me announce it. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sullivan, who's going to explain to the board and the public how this is going to be conducted, and then we can figure out who is doing what and how. But I think it's best we start and Michael explain the procedure we'll be using. Okay, so the next matter is the appeal of Leah and Stephen Meranus. They're appealing a decision by the Historic Preservation Commission to deny their application to demolish the existing house on the property, which is located at 109 Union Street on block 1805, lot 29. And Mr. Sullivan, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you indicated, this is an appeal from the denial of a demolition permit before the Montclair Historic Preservation Commission. The property in question is an historic property located at 109 Union Street. The appeal before the zoning board here tonight is limited to the record that was established below before the Historic Preservation Commission. That record consists of a number of documents that were submitted to the board members and are also on the township's website. There was the application for the demolition permit submitted by the applicant. There was a series of 4 letters or reports from ABS Environmental Services dated October 5, 2018, March 25, 2020, May 27, 2020, and June 4, 2020, which they were from the applicant's asbestos expert. There were also 2 letters from contractors relative to whether they wanted to do work at the property. One was dated May 6, 2021 from a Brintus Brocious. The other was May 7, 2021 from Scandic Builders. In the file also in the record was a bill from Richard Hingos for a survey dated October 30, 2017. There was also a report from PBA Engineering PC dated July 23, 2020. That was the applicant's structural expert. We also have the HPC resolution of October 28, 2021, as well as the HPC's consultant Connolly and Hinkey report dated September 8, 2021. There were the transcripts of the September 23, 2021 hearing before the HPC. That's when the evidence was presented. There was a transcript of the October 28, 2021 proceedings, which dealt with really just the adoption of the resolution. We also have a report from the board's expert consultants, engineers from Suburban Consulting that was dated November 29, 2021. So as far as this hearing will go, there will be no new testimony. The board will review the record in accordance with the review criteria in the Historic Preservation Ordinance. I think up first, we will hear from Mr. McMahon, who is the attorney for the applicant. He will argue his position as to, he's obviously going to argue that the demolition permit should be granted. We will then hear from a representative from the HPC, and I believe that will be the chairperson, Kathleen Bennett, who will argue that the resolution denying it was appropriate. There will then be board questions. It will be opened up to the public, and then the board will make a decision on the demolition permit.
Okay. And just to be clear, when the board members ask questions, you can either direct it at either the representative from the HPC or Mr. McMahon, or both of them will have an opportunity to respond to any questions that we have, and the same when members of the public ask. Both HPC and Mr. McMahon will be given an opportunity. But again, this is purely on the record that was made before the HPC, and whether, given that record, the HPC's decision was or was not correct. And with that, Mr. McMahon, are you ready to proceed?
I'm ready. Good evening. Thank you. Been a long time getting here. It's good to be here now. I like to, and correct me if I'm wrong, Michael. I want to just go through a brief chronology, which I took directly from the transcript of the hearing, and then I'll get into the resolution.
Yeah, you can proceed.
Okay. So Steve and Leah Meranus and their 2 young daughters first saw 109 Union in September of 2017. They fell in love with it and called it their dream home. They bought it. The deal closed in December of 2017, 4 years ago, next week. They immediately started to plan renovations, and in March of 2018, those renovations began. By September of 2018, the renovations were continuing, but the house was ready for occupancy. They moved in on Labor Day weekend. A few weeks later, one of the contractors working on a 3rd floor bathroom caused a leak. That contractor sought to ameliorate the condition by himself. He caused the condition he caused by himself and dry the premises by removing the plaster walls and ceilings and using industrial dehumidifiers and fans as dryers. Steve was not comfortable with the procedure, and he went to an asbestos expert, and that's how he found Scott Higgins. Scott Higgins, that's ABS Environmental Services also. Scott Higgins came in, ran a number of tests, and on October 6th of 2018, while the Meranuses were at the farmer's market, called them, had the results, and told them that there was asbestos all over the house and they had to move out immediately, which they did, and first lived in hotels and then rented a house. Their dream was turning into a nightmare. They filed a claim with the insurance carrier, and by January of 2019, they're ready to start remediation. Scott Higgins remained on the job as the asbestos consultant alongside with the remediation company assigned by the insurance carrier. Later, in January and also again in February, you might recall that 2019 late January, February was exceptionally cold. Pipes froze, pipes burst, and several times there was additional water damage throughout the home, which included asbestos, which was all over the home. And that worked its way from the 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor, all the way into the basement. Regardless, they kept on with the remediation until May of 2020, at which point they realized that it was an impossible task. By that time, the insurance company had paid over $700,000 for remediation work, and it still was not possible to bring the house up to any safe level. And frankly, as the SCE person mentions, there is no safe level. So they agreed there was no economically feasible way to remediate the house. It could not be made safe for contractors, not safe for the family. They threw in the towel. In June of 2020, they applied for the demo permit. They were apprised by their former attorney that they didn't need to attend the September HPC hearing, but then later found out they were denied because they were not at the hearing. They were also told at that hearing via the resolution that they should have had a structural engineer report. So this is where I enter the picture. We engaged the structural engineer, Paul Beck of PBA Engineering. You have his reports. Scott and Paul's reports were submitted to the HPC along with letters from 2 contractors, as Michael noticed, who wouldn't bid on the remediation/renovation job due to the asbestos contamination. We were heard by the HPC on September 23rd of this year. Leah Meranus testified to the history I just laid out. Scott Higgins testified to the asbestos contamination, the 1.5 years of remediation attempts, and ultimately the resignation that there was no economically feasible way to remediate, and demolition was and is the only answer. Paul Beck testified that he was a structural engineer with over 300 jobs in Montclair alone. The house, according to Paul, is balloon framed, but not of the traditional variety. What's unusual about the framing is that the plank underfloor boards were laid down. The studs for the next level were laid right on top of those planks. Those planks are the spaces between those planks are just riddled with asbestos. They have to be removed. You cannot remove them without removing the studs. The studs are what's holding up that exterior facade, which is pretty much what all this HPC is about. They don't care about the interior of the house. It's all about the facade of the house. Paul testified, there is no logical way you can remove the contaminated studs and planking and not remove the facade. That's a quote. Paul was also given a hypothetical. Well, can you? And he kind of stopped and said, you can always can, but it's a little bit unrealistic because it would cost a fortune to try to maintain the exterior facade while you ripped out the entire interior. It's just not a practical solution, he said, when you have to take out all of the supporting elements. He also says, so this is one of the very, very few times I have ever walked into a house and said, this is something you don't want to fix. With an infinite amount of money, you can do anything, but that's just ridiculous. As for an estimate of cost, Paul said, even if you could hold the exterior facade, I think it would easily exceed whatever they paid for this house. This is just a terrible mess. Again, demolition is a lot easier than trying to fix it. Regarding supporting the facade, he also said, this is just a tremendous amount of work that's totally impractical. As to the resolution, I'm going to start with number 8. And it says that Stephen and Leah Meranus claim to have purchased 109 Union December of 2017 for 1.4 million. I don't know why it says claim. It's a public record. They own the house. They paid 1.4 million for it. They pay taxes on it. And then it goes on to say, this is still number 8, their contractor caused a water leak through an egregious error. Their contractor was not produced at the hearing. Well, the contractor did screw up, and the contractor went bankrupt and is gone. So how do you produce that person, and how's that person going to help this particular situation? The applicants have not made up this 4 years of hell they've gone through. The contractor was noted in testimony as bankrupt. Moving on to number 9. Again, they said the applicants claim that they continue to employ the contractor notwithstanding the egregious error. Well, Leah testified that Scott wasn't comfortable with the contractor and what he was doing, and that's why he called in Scott Higgins, who tested the premises and told him that they essentially had to abandon ship. Moving on to number 10. It says the applicants claim pipes froze during remediation, but it's not noted in ABS reports. Well, it is noted in the May 27th, 2020 reports supplied to all, and has also been testified to multiple times without contradiction. And clearly the first report from Scott of October 2018 was before that even happened. Excuse me a sec. Anyway, so moving on to number 11. Supposedly there's another one. Supposedly, I mean, why are we saying suppose? Applicants insurance company paid almost $700,000 for remediation costs. And then it goes on to say the commission didn't receive testimony or documentary evidence how it was spent. Therefore, the representations are not accepted. That's curious, as there was considerable testimony regarding the $700,000 spent on remediation, and at the behest of Vice Chairman Jason Hyman, we agreed we supply insurance documentation for the permit. Number 12, again, supposedly, the applicants were required to undertake an extensive and costly remediation project to remove asbestos contamination throughout the house. And it goes on to say the commission did not receive testimony or documentary evidence explaining how monies had been spent, yet the project is still nowhere near completion. The testimony from Leah and testimony reports from Scott and Paul were all about the Herculean efforts they made to remediate the house, to save the house over the course of 1.5 years. They should be applauded for their efforts rather than be dismissed as not credible. The house remains riddled with asbestos, regardless of this commission's assessment. Continuing with number 12, the commission does not, the commission was given multiple pictures. Sorry, let me strike back. The commission was not accept their reputation as credible. The commission was given multiple pictures. The commission was given multiple reports. The commission listened to uncontradicted testimony from multiple parties. Uncontradicted, all consistent, all in agreement. Now, including the report of the SCE engineering report, also in agreement with what had been testified to. Just what are the standards of credibility, surmise, and conjecture for these commission members? Number 13, I just don't understand, so I'm not going to talk to it. Number 14, the commission reviewed correspondence from ABS in 2021, which stated that the remediation work would be unsafe and or would compromise the structure's integrity. Okay, now we're talking about asbestos remediation. This is the Historic Preservation Commission. They're really not experts at all in asbestos remediation. It's kind of beyond their pure purview. It goes on to say this house is not unique in its construction. Well, as I told you earlier, and as Paul Beck and Scott Higgins both noted, the unique form of construction in their reports and uncontradicted testimony. Again, unusual balloon construction with the studs on top of the planks. That's not normal. Again, still on number 14, the commission rejects the notion that ABS would receive well over 700,000, then declare the project unsafe. Well, first of all, ABS again was the asbestos consultant. They were not the contractor. Most of the money obviously went to the contractor, which had been signed by the insurance company and was identified multiple times as A. Molly. Again, the commission should applaud these efforts at remediation, but they don't. Continuing, still within 14, this is the resolution says this is especially incredible in as much as ABS was responsible for the water leaks. They were not. The testimony was not that ABS was responsible for the water leaks. The freezing cold in a house without heat was the cause. The house was a disaster on its own, and this was an act of God that caused continuing disaster. Again, we're still in 14. The commission notes the ABS representations were made after application for demolition and finds them to be disingenuous and contrived. The commission is calling the reports and testimony of Scott Higgins, who has worked with the Meranuses on this house for over 3 years, as disingenuous, not candid or sincere, contrived, deliberately created rather than arising naturally. So the consistency of Scott's reports and testimony, which remain uncontradicted, are not to be believed. They've living this nightmare for years. Who now is being disingenuous and contrived? Moving on to 15. The commission received 2 perfunctory letters. Now, why does they have to be perfunctory? From contractors declining to work at 109 Union. Well, how do you demonstrate that asbestos-riddled property can't be worked on? Documentary proof was requested and supplied. If you can't do something because it's riddled with asbestos, you say you can't do it because it's riddled with asbestos. There's no breaking it out into costs. It is what it is. It says the applicants went out of their way to find unwilling contractors. That's okay. So they're accusing us of now finding people that say that working on an asbestos-ridden house is unsafe, but it's really not so. This is really kind of insulting. Okay, skip that. Number 17 says that the ABS representative Scott Higgins was not deemed credible. Again, not deemed credible because they give no reasoning whatsoever. Scott Higgins' testimony was uncontradicted. He gave his bona fides up front. He's been an asbestos expert for 42 years, spent 1.5 years trying to help remediate this property's multiple disasters, and he's not credible. How is that possible? All that time, all that money, all that heartache, and he's making it up to what avail? And who would go through with this living nightmare? It makes no sense to me. Moving on, 18. The commission understands the house has been red tagged for occupancy at present. That's true. And the Meranus still pay property tax on a house they can't live in, as well as rent another house as they try to rebuild their home and their lives. Still with 18, the commission does not know what is required to return the structure to the state of habitability. It's clear. They again go back to ABS and the $700,000 spent and opine that ABS's declaration that all is lost and the building must be demolished is not credible. Again, uncontradicted testimony, not credible. 42 years of experience in asbestos remediation. Months and months and months with the Meranuses, and that's not credible. I wonder if they'd accept the report of the zoning board's asbestos expert SCE, who agrees with Scott Hagan's conclusion in their report of November 29th, 2021, which in relevant parts states, consistent with the submitted reports, it appears that the initial contractor did not follow appropriate containment practices while performing his abatement tasks. They go on to say later in the paragraph, if asbestos fibers are behind the exterior wall studs, the situation would be nearly impossible to address. Finally, they say in the bottom paragraph, any renovation work or structural modifications could easily dislodge any remaining fibers, potentially causing them to become airborne. As stated by OSHA, there is no safe level of asbestos exposure for any type of asbestos fiber. Moving on to 19, Paul Beck, our structural engineer, also is, according to the commission, lacking in credibility, despite the fact that he testified of 300 projects as a structural engineer in Montclair alone. Goes on to say, Mr. Beck testified they had never been in the house. Well, that's not what he testified to. His report included pictures he took inside the house. I was with him. Steve and Scott were as well. It continues, the commission questions why removal of wood members is necessary. That was testified to at length. There is asbestos on and between planks, in and on studs, and every, they use the term interstitial spaces, but that would be, that could be called, just as easily nooks and crannies. Asbestos is hiding everywhere in this house, and it cannot be removed. It cannot be encapsulated. Why can't they be encapsulated? That's, again, part of this. The testimony was encapsulation is temporary. It wears out over time with normal, natural expansion and contraction, heating and cooling. More importantly, if you cut or drill into it, asbestos will be released. It goes on to say the commission would expect at least a ballpark estimate of cost. Well, they were given several. When asked if he could maintain the facade, they were told you can, but unrealistic because it would cost a fortune. I think it would really exceed whatever they paid for the house, which was 1.4 million. With an infinite amount of money, you can do anything, but that's just ridiculous. This is all testimony from our experts. Again, not contradicted. Goes on to say the engineer failed to make a fairly obvious concession that remediation and engineering costs would be offset at the cost of demolishing. Well, we just heard estimates of the unbelievably huge cost of maintaining the facade from the structural engineer. Leah testified that the demo estimates were between $25,000 and $50,000. That doesn't seem to be a concession worth making. And also, another item outside of the board's purview as historic preservation. Continuing 19, therefore, the contention that it is an excessive burden is impossible to assess. Well, in my world, a fortune, more than the cost of the house, and an infinite amount of money versus 25 to 50K is simple math. Number 20 addresses the sale of the house. According to the ordinance, that is a consideration. Leah testified that they fell in love with the house and wanted to make it theirs. It's not just a house, it's a home, it's a neighborhood, and Union is one of the great streets of Montclair. They clearly spent time and money in pursuing that goal. They want to live in Montclair, they want to live on Union Street. This is the property, their property, not Montclair's property, not the HBC's property. It belongs to Steve and Leah Meranus. They could do a fire sale and take a huge loss on a show of a house, but how do you market a toxic waste zone? The asbestos is irremediable. There is no testimony or evidence to the contrary. I was on the council when this ordinance was debated and passed. I can tell you it anticipated historic houses in normal condition, perhaps a little dilapidated, but not laden with asbestos fibers in every nook and cranny. They want to keep their property. There's no reason why they should be required to sell it. 21, the record of building. Well, the applicants, they talk about the record of building. The applicant supplied multiple photographs of the house's current condition, and Mr. Conley provided all kinds of information regarding the background on the house. So it's not as if they had any information regarding the house. Back to one more note. They're supposed to also offer it to someone for no charge if they're willing to move it. Well, how are you going to move this house and where are you going to move it to? That doesn't make any sense. You're supposed to also show comparable sales. Well, how do you comp a house that has no floors, no walls, and the interior and has asbestos contamination throughout? I frankly don't think there's any of them within 10,000 miles. And how does a realtor bring in a potential buyer, in a hazmat suit? But they find the commission finds the Meranus insincere, which again, they keep insulting them, frankly, and their efforts. I did note that the Vice Chairman, Jason Hammond, made the motion to permit the demolition. It was seconded by Mr. Rooney. Mr. Handyman, Mr. Rooney, and Mr. Graham all favorably articulated their positions in favor of demolition. The other three board members seemed to search for reasons, some well outside the scope of HPC review, seeking to deny them. The vote was 3-3, and on a tie, you lose. This resolution was voted on by, the resolution itself was voted by 2 of the 3 opposing parties and seemed to still be searching for their reasoning and reasons to free Scott and Leah. They need to be removed from this hell that they've been required to live. This is going on, like I said, way too long. There is no way out. Demolition is the only answer. And that's all I have for now.
Okay, I think we should go to Ms. Bennett next.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. This is an appeal to the zoning board of the HPC's denial of the applicant's request to demolish the structure at 109 Union Street. This appeal is on record below and essentially a challenge to the HPC's resolution. The applicant offers no specific challenge to the resolution and therefore the HPC's findings. The applicant simply asks you to look at the documents without benefit of the live testimony and asks you to overrule the HPC's findings on credibility. I've been advised that you are not hearing any testimony on this matter tonight, which I'd like to ask, is that true, or is the testimony of the structural engineer going to be included tonight?
So the record below is what the board is reviewing. And when you ask about the structural engineer, you're talking about the structural engineer that testified before you at the HPC?
No, the township structural, the new report that was put on the township website on Monday.
Suburban Consultants was retained not to provide evidence before the board, but to be interpretive in case there were issues regarding asbestos remediation to assist in the decision. That's their purpose, their goal.
May I ask, are they asbestos experts?
Well, they haven't said anything yet. We're going to give them an opportunity to answer any questions, and you can certainly do that also. So why don't we wait to get to that? Why don't you continue with what else, other points you want to make?
Okay, thank you. What is before you tonight is the applicant's second attempt to have the HPC approve their demolition request. The first attempt failed by a 6-0 vote memorialized by a resolution dated 9/24/20. No appeal was taken from that decision. In that first application, the applicant's attorney represented that Chubb Insurance Company settled with the applicant and paid out over $3 million in insurance benefits, but did not declare the claim to be a total loss. The HPC asked the applicant to review the Chubb payments, but the applicant refused.
Ms. Bennett, if you could, I'm just going to interrupt you. The record before the HPC on the first round of hearing is not in front of us now. Okay, what's in front of us is the resolution that was adopted on the most recent proceeding and that record that I identified at the beginning of the hearing. So what the HPC elected to hear this second appeal. There was discussion back and forth with with Ira, and the advice that was given was that this was discretionary, that the applicants were not present. The resolution indicated that there really was a need for some structural testimony. And based upon that, the HPC heard it. So that's when that decision was made. It then went to a substantive determination, and that's what's before the board right now. So just if you could please limit your comments to what happened in this second round, please.
Yes, that's my next paragraph. The second hearing was permitted on advice of the HPC's counsel over objection of some members of the HPC due to new information, which was an update from ABS, a report from PBS Engineering, and letters from two contractors claiming that they would not work in the building. The HPC resolution goes over in detail each of the new evidence and rejected same. The commission was also concerned about the lack of testimony regarding the Chubb payment, which is why 3 commissioners wanted to give the applicants another lifeline to provide this via testimony. And that was the motion that Mr. Hyman proposed to approve the demolition, provided that the applicant provide the Chubb insurance documentation. The commission found that its consultant, Thomas B. Conley, was a more credible witness. The commission also found that the applicant failed to satisfy the ordinance and that they did not provide written documentation of good faith attempts to sell the building at a reasonable and comparative amount or to offer it to another interested party to move the building. They denied the HPC the economic metric to determine what a reasonable and comparative sales price would be, which is in our ordinance. As to the resolution, the commission agreed with the Conley report. That would be in paragraphs 6 and 7 of the resolution. The commission did not find the applicants credible as far as continuing to employ an unnamed contractor who did substantial damage to the building, as mentioned in paragraphs 8 and 9. The commission found fault with ABS in paragraph 10 by omitting in its second report any reference to the January 2019 water leakage. In paragraph 11, the applicant's failure to document the alleged $700,000 Chubb payment for remediation especially given the HPC finding in paragraph 12. No scope of work from ABS was submitted to the commission as per paragraph 13. The commission questioned why ABS abandoned the job after receipt of $700,000 as per paragraph 14. The commission questioned the letters of the two contractors as per paragraph 15. In conclusion, the commission did not find the applicant nor engineer Beck, paragraph 20, or the applicant, paragraph 19, credible. And then I asked about the letter that was being introduced tonight, which Mr. Sullivan, you explained why that was introduced and what relevance that has to the case.
I did.
Okay, so can this board make a determination because there's credibility issues?
The board needs to review the record before. We're in a different position. We do not have the witnesses in front of us, but that's the way these appeals are set up. So the board is just going to simply have to look at the evidence that was submitted and the resolution and then make a determination.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is it, Mr. Fleischer, do you have questions for either Mr. McMahon or Ms. Bennett concerning the record in this matter?
I'm being honest when I tell you I'm totally lost on this thing, and I say that sincerely. The questions before us are such that I don't have a basis for making a decision, frankly. I certainly feel sorry for the applicants. I'm surprised that this all comes down to the fact that the HPC was actually split 3-3, and therefore the tie vote means it doesn't get approved. But clearly within the HPC there was a big split of thinking, and that raises concerns for me. You know, having voted many times on things, it's always better to have a clear consensus, and for the HPC to be split raises questions in my mind over the viability of what can be done. I'm not sure I fully understand the limits on what we were allowed to see and hear, because there were other documents, I think, that were provided to us related to the intents of the client if they are permitted to demolish, and if that's not something that we can talk about or ask about, I don't really have any other questions that I can probe. I'm not an expert in any of these subjects myself, and I'm not comfortable probing something unless it's able to be probed. For example, normally when we approve something or deny something, we are able to place conditions on it, and clearly in this case that is not an option, so at least as I understand it. So I have to listen to other people because I really am lost on what our role is relative to this.
Well, Joe, let me just talk about the voting requirement and what happened below. There was a motion to approve. 3 members voted in favor of that, and 3 were opposed. As a result, that motion did not carry, and the demolition permit was denied. That's not any different than when we hear variance applications. The same occurs. When we hear a use variance application, there could be 4 yeses and 3 nos, and that constitutes a denial. So, I mean, the fact that it was denied and the basis for that denial is the resolution that's in front of us right now. The record, I thought I set forth that pretty clearly at the beginning of the proceeding as to what's being reviewed. You had Mr. McMahon go through it and argue why he thought the record supported different conclusions that were contained in the resolution. So you've got to review that. And in that context, Ms. Bennett, pointed to what she thought was evidence in favor of the findings in the resolution. You've got to sort that out. There's no presumption of validity for the action below. The record is established, but it's now de novo, and you make the decision as a board member.
Well, I guess the answer is at this moment, I'd have to listen to other people. I have no sense of myself personally of how to vote on this type of situation without access to the experts and questions and other things which we're not in a position to ask. So I will leave it at that for now.
I think maybe I should go first since this is more in my universe. I guess the first question I have for both of you is something I don't understand. The motion to approve was subject to the condition that the applicants provide documentation of the insurance expenditures already paid. I'm not understanding what they were, I literally understand what they were asking for, but I'm not understanding the logic of approving with, I mean, if it came in and, just, I'm giving silly examples, but only $5 of the $700,000 had been spent so far, and there remained almost $700,000. Would that have made a difference, or I'm not sure why that was part of the motion and what would have happened once that information was provided. So if both of you could give your views on that.
Are you talking to us? To me?
Yeah, yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Harrison. That motion was made by the vice chairman, and there had been, this continuing discussion of the $700,000 that was spent on the remediation. He asked for documentation of that, and we agreed to give it to them. If we if the vote passed. The vote didn't pass, then that's where it has laid. But $700,000 was, or it's not exactly, but in that ballpark was spent, and it was all spent on remediation. And it's still an unsafe place, and will be forever. So if you don't pass this tonight, it's going to be an abandoned building.
So may I add that the money that was paid out by Chubb to the applicant, the reason we were concerned and asked how that had been spent, documentation, how that had been spent, because they were very generous in their offer that if it wasn't spent, that it would go towards the a new building it would be included for new construction for a new house. So we were very interested to see how much they had spent and for the asbestos remediation.
And with all due respect, the expenses are outside of the purview of the HPC. This house is not habitable. It cannot be fixed. It's riddled with asbestos. And the cost to preserve the facade is extraordinary. Billions of dollars.
Okay, well, let me follow up on that. Under the ordinance, and it requires a showing that the board to consider, the Historic Preservation Commission to consider the structural soundness and integrity of the building structure, object, and the economic feasibility of its restoration or rehabilitation, so as to allow for its reasonable use. And my understanding is, other than the testimony that it would cost more than what the house itself cost, more than 1.4, was there any documentation? I mean, I've done these applications in my life, so I mean, I know what evidence we present to support a demolition and the detailed economic information. Was there any, besides saying it was, I mean, there are various, what I'll call hyperboles that were used in terms of the cost, and then the statement that it would cost more than the 1.4 million that was paid for the house. But was there any documentation it would cost X to do this, Y to do that? The insurance would cover, 1/3, 1/2, 2/3, whatever of the cost, and what money had been expended, what additional money would need to be expended. And I guess the flip side of that, to get everything all in one question, is, in order to do a demolition, the normal requirement under the construction code is for the the asbestos, and there's some mention of lead paint in the record, for that to be removed before the demolition occurs. And if it's not feasible to do that, there are extra costs involved in doing the demolition to ensure that asbestos lead does not spread in the air, which is, and it can be a significant extra cost. Were any cost estimates of doing that? I mean, some of the concerns that were raised as to if it's encapsulated in the building, as to what could happen when further renovations are done, happen to an even greater extent if the building's demolished, and there are extensive precautions. So am I missing something in the record in terms of what cost information was provided to the Historic Preservation Commission, or was it just what you referenced in your statement, and which is comparable to what I identified in the record?
Yeah, well, Mr. Beck testified at some length. There is so many moving parts involved that he could not name any specific costs. He went into great detail how difficult it would be, if not nearly impossible. But again, for any amount of money, anything can be done. But for a reasonable amount of money, this could not be done. And no, there is no estimate, because you have to take each little piece at its time, and each piece is, and every piece of this house is covered with asbestos. It's encapsulated somewhat. Encapsulation is not a permanent solution, it's a temporary solution. And anytime you cut into, you drill into, you move a piece, you release asbestos. So it's continually releasing asbestos as you work on it, which makes it impossible to work on. If in demolishing it, they have procedures which takes the whole thing down, keeps it liquid, tamps down any dust, and there are processes that they use, and that is, as has been suggested to Leah, is in the $25,000 to $50,000 range, including those procedures. There is no way to preserve the facade in a similar way for the next 100 years or whatever. For the next 100 years, it's going to be an asbestos-ridden home, and it just can't be done. It can't be worked on.
That wasn't the test. I mean, the testimony was, for a large amount of money, it could be done. And I guess I'm not sure why he couldn't quantify that in some fashion, and that enabled the Historic Preservation Commission to evaluate that versus the money they received from Chubb, and make a determination that they are required to do under the ordinance as to whether that was economically feasible or not.
Well, again, he said it was a monumental task, clearly more than the cost of the house.
And that's the reason, excuse me, that's the reason we were wanted to see the Chubb information report, because at that time they didn't consider the house to be a total loss. And of course, as Mr. Harrison referenced, we had no economic
This testimony was not, this testimony is not, that's from the first thing. Again, not our review. You're again talking about.
No, I think, Mr. McMahon, that's not true, because as you just mentioned, the motion to approve the demolition made by Mr. Hyman was based on the condition that we received the insurance information from Chubb. And Ms. Meranus had testified that she wouldn't provide it to us.
That's not the case. And I agreed with Jason. It's in the record.
All right, well, let's not argue between the two of you. I think the chairman asked a question. You each had an opportunity to respond.
She never denied that. I don't understand. Again, like everything else, in this resolution, you know, they don't believe a word we said. Well, it's a 4-year nightmare these people have been living. There's this house unoccupied that they cannot occupy. You know, why are they doing this? For their health? No, it's unhealthy. They're doing it because they've been forced into this position because of this procedure. They've gone along with the procedure, the process. They haven't tried to go around it. Didn't do anything midnight damp, knock it down thing and then ask for forgiveness. You know, they've done it. They followed all the rules, and the rules keep biting them in the butt. And it's not being fair.
Okay, but the question, and you know, there's no one is debating this is a highly unfortunate circumstances that was caused by actions their contractor took and didn't take. And the question, you know, the question before us was based on the information before the Historic Preservation Commission. Was their decision correct or not correct? And you know, so but the other thing, which, and part of this I understand, I mean, the ordinance requires that an offer be made to sell the house. And part of it's to move the house. Obviously, this house can't be moved anywhere, and there was no point in presenting testimony on that. But was any information, and I understand the attractiveness or lack thereof of anyone wanting to buy the house, but was any information, was there any effort made that was presented in the record to sell the house as set forth in the ordinance?
On the record, Leah testified that they spoke with a couple of realtors, but you know, it's their house, their property. They want to live there. They want to live on Union Street. They want a beautiful house and raise their 2 young daughters in it. And you know, this is it's unconstitutional. This is taking their house from them. If you don't let them do what they need to do, they're taking their property without any just cause, other than, you know, it has, you know, some historic qualities. It's, you know, a Tudor in Montclair is not particularly unusual. And this one is very unusual in that it's riddled with asbestos, irremediable asbestos.
You know, and the ordinance sets up a process so property rights are respected, and you know and you know, you follow the procedure. You were, you know, enabled to make a second presentation after the first denial, which, you know, so it's not that people have been trying to thwart you every way, and we're trying to make a decision, but it is, if I was voting purely on sympathy for your clients, no question I would vote for them. But that's not how I can vote. I have to vote whether the proofs were established on the record or not. And you know, that's where I'm trying to, you know, give you every opportunity to explain why, based on the record, that the decision was incorrect and we should be reversing.
Well, I went through it all, and let's go back to every point that Scott Higgins made was uncontradicted by any expert. Every point that Paul Beck made was uncontradicted by any expert. And SCE does not contradict any point made. So every expert is in agreement that this house is irremediable. There is no safe level of asbestos. There's no choice other than to let them demolish it.
Mr. McMahon, I'd like to know, when you said they were not contradicted, by whom would they have been contradicted by? We didn't have our consultant is historic preservation consultant, and it's his opinion that asbestos can be contained. So I'm curious to know who you think would have contradicted them. We certainly couldn't do it on the board. We're not, the HPC aren't asbestos.
So without having any idea of asbestos, how can you say that it's not credible? That doesn't make any sense. If you don't know
Well,
what
because
about it,
Hold on, if I could.
Shove.
So this happens often before planning boards and boards of adjustment, that the testimony of the applicant is presented, and the case law says that it's up to the reviewing board to either accept or reject the testimony of an expert witness. So, you know, I'm not saying in this instance they were correct to reject it. I am simply saying that they have the power to reject the testimony if they think it's non-credible, which is what their resolution says. So there was, other than the Connolly and Hickey report of September 8, 2021, there was no other expert testimony in connection with this. So, you know, let's not go back and forth over that. You know, the commission felt the testimony was not credible. Mr. McMahon, you've argued that the reports refute that, and the board's got to sort it out.
well, actually, the three of the commissioners thought it was credible.
I know, but that did not constitute the members that the action ultimately ended up going with. So,
And that, can I just make it a point that was based on the condition that we got received the Chubb insurance money, just so we can see why they didn't consider it a total loss.
Why you keep saying it wasn't considered a total loss? It's a total loss. You keep saying that, and that's not testimony. I wasn't there for any testimony about that Chubb said it's not a total loss.
I'm referring to when we heard it. We've heard this a number of times, and this was in the first report, which I know Mr. Sullivan has directed that we cannot. Right.
The September 23rd application. We didn't raise that.
And okay.
If I may, Mr. Harrison, we did supply the transcripts of the hearing, and I thought that the three commissioners that voted in favor were very articulate in their reasoning, and the ones that voted against were less articulate in their reasoning. If you would like to review that.
No, I mean,
let me just address that. So
presented to the board, not how individual members of the Historic Preservation Commission ruled on it. This is our view of what was presented to the board, not the board's view, the Historic Preservation Commission's view of what was presented to them.
yeah, and also the case law in New Jersey is that when individual board members are speaking, that their remarks represent informal verbalizations of their transitory thoughts, and they cannot be equated to deliberative findings of fact. So what board members said during the course of the hearings really is not that important. What was important was the ultimate determination as memorialized in the resolution, and that's what the board's reviewing.
Okay, well.
Are there any other members of the Board of Adjustment who have questions for either Mr. McMahon or Ms. Bennett, or have any wanted to seek guidance from our consultant?
I have a clarification. Was there a condition in the disapproval related to the issue of the monies? I wasn't quite sure whether that was in the second hearing, which is the one that's being appealed, or whether the condition of providing the financial information was in the original.
No, Mr. Fleischer, let me help with that. The motion was to approve that, including providing that information, but the motion failed. So ultimately, that was a denial. So the denial is the denial. Okay, there was no denial subject to a condition. It simply was a denial as memorialized in the resolution.
The reason I'm asking the question is, if the argument being made by the applicant now is it was only a 3-3 vote because they didn't find us credible, he also sort of implied on the other side of the coin, had it been 3-3 and approved, he would have had to provide all the financial information. So, but that doesn't matter, is what you're saying.
It doesn't matter because that the motion to approve failed, so that constituted a denial.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions. This is John McCullough. Certainly correct me if the questions are out of order, given where we are in this process. So, and they're in no particular order. So if it seems like I'm sort of going back and forth, it's has everything to do with the presentation itself, the arguments of both sides. So with respect to the building itself, if the homeowner was willing, the homeowner has indicated an interest in demolishing the property. Has there been consideration about a replication of the design to meet the standards of this historic district in the replacement of the property? That's a question.
Yes, I hear the question, and yes, they want to. Whatever they put in the place of it will be, will fit within the historic neighborhood. You don't. They're spending so much money trying to knock this down. They have not been able to hire an architect, to design something. But yes, it will fit within the within the historic structures, whatever of the area. It's not going to be something ridiculous, and it's not. And someone, no, they want a home. They love the home. They want a home. It'll be something along those lines.
Right. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I understand that location is also a factor for them. They like the location. I heard you indicate that.
Yes.
There is obviously, if the Historic Commission has concern about this, they're looking through the lens of what is the historical nature of that neighborhood. In this particular property, they consider to be significant. And so the question would be, if ultimately demolition were to be approved, would the replacement be something which would be consistent with what they believe is in the best interest, not only of that neighborhood, but again, the historic character of Montclair? That's
100%. Absolutely. No question about that. Yes.
And can I just add to that? During our meeting, one of the commission members asked that question, but that was not within our purview while we were discussing it. So I just want to make that clear.
Yes, that's an accurate representation as to the record below.
But it's not out of order for me to ask that question.
Well, you can ask the question as to what the applicant's intention was, but I mean, we're reviewing whether the demolition permit should be granted or not, based on the evidence below. If that's granted, the subsequent home to be constructed is not subject to any review authority under the municipal land use law. Construction of a single-family home is not subject to site plan review. So the ordinance doesn't address that. It's simply the issue of whether or not it should come down or not.
So
sure, it will fit within the neighborhood.
So
a single-family home.
All right, thank you. The next question I have is relative to the asbestos situation, and I guess we've heard a lot about this building being riddled with asbestos, and so I guess part of the question I have is, was the discovery of asbestos inevitable? Or is it really effectively the fault of the contractor?
I'm not clear on your question.
Yeah, I mean, we have a situation in which the contractor, because of the work that he or she undertook, the asbestos was discovered and it was released.
Okay, now I understand your question. Okay, so that first contractor created a leak, got everything wet. To dry things out, he took down walls, took down ceilings, and the ceilings and walls were made of plaster, and that days was loaded with asbestos. So now he's taken down these plaster ceiling and walls, turning it into dust, spreading asbestos around. In trying to dry it out, he used these industrial level dehumidifiers and fans, and that spread that dust throughout the house. Then there were these subsequent leaks that got into the and it also all in the ductwork. And yeah, he blew a fan into the ductwork, which literally spread it throughout the house. You know, every vent distributed asbestos, and it got into everything. And then we had the subsequent freezing pipes, the floods. The floods carried the asbestos down and throughout the house. So I mean, this is a multiple disaster area.
Right.
And like I say, you know, they if you see the pictures, there's a it's kind of an off-white color on the studs and on the planking and the floors and stuff like that. That's the encapsulation. But the encapsulation, you know, wears away over time just due to expansion and contraction. And if you cut into it, if you drill into it, if you bang it, you know, asbestos is released. And as the SCE engineer said, there is no safe level of asbestos. And you're gonna, you know, no matter what you do in this house, you're gonna have airborne particles of asbestos forever. And that's where they came to the realization that it's beyond hope. The only solution is demolition.
But I've heard you make the argument that if the applicant were to occupy the house and they were to do other projects in the house, as I think you just alluded to, that additional asbestos would be released.
Anything you cut into, anything you did would release asbestos.
But is that because of the project that had been undertaken, or is that a situation that would have occurred regardless of whether or not that leak had ever occurred?
It's the airborne particles that were distributed throughout the house. I mean, there are lots of homes in Montclair have asbestos. For example, lots of basements have asbestos floor tile, but that tile is sealed. There's no airborne particles. In this house, those particles were all released, and they're everywhere. And that toothpaste doesn't go back in the tube. You know.
So your argument is, regardless of whether or not other projects were done in the house, it's irrelevant because the house is already infested with the particles.
Well, as it currently stands, yes. Before this happened, you could have. Okay. It could be contained. They were doing renovation work. If the initial contractor didn't do the exactly wrong thing in trying to ameliorate the situation, you know, we wouldn't be here today.
So my next question then is, given what you're saying about the asbestos being released throughout the house, does this asbestos represent a threat to the neighborhood?
Well, I mean, it's within the house. It's not a threat to the neighborhood, you know, unless If we don't get to demolish it, it's going to be an abandoned house, which is a threat to the neighborhood. There's nothing that can be done with this house other than demolish it. So that's the threat to the neighborhood, an abandoned house.
But if there was another buyer who was willing to invest in the removal of the asbestos and the particles without demolishing the structure, that would not pose a threat to the neighborhood then. Is that correct? That's just, it's a hypothetical, but I'm just asking the question.
I don't, there's no economic sense in investing in a house so riddled with asbestos that would cost you more than the value of the house and then some to create it. I mean, this is it's an economic issue. Given an unlimited amount of money and a limited amount of time, you can actually accomplish anything. But there's no practical way to make it happen here.
So the question then to the commission is, would the commission have requirements that would limit the use of the structure if it was purchased by another buyer? So given your interest in maintaining the integrity, let's say, of the facade of that house, and you had a buyer that was willing to maintain the facade, but have a different use of the building, would that be acceptable to the commission? Or from the perspective of the commission, this building could only be used for residential purposes?
It's a residential neighborhood.
It's a question of the commission.
It's a residential neighborhood, so I don't quite understand what you're asking. What type of? I mean, we wanted the facade to be preserved because of the integrity of the neighborhood and what it offers to the neighborhood. So we have no determination on change of use for the building.
So.
And I think, you know, there's always a willing buyer for this neighborhood, this type of house. I think it would be the size of the land. You know, it's a flag lot, so it's a larger piece of property than what's on either side of them. So I think that the change of use was not in our consideration. It was just to keep the facade and the structure to maintain the neighborhood.
Has the insurance company indicated that it is unwilling to outlay any additional funding?
The insurance company and they have shaken hands and gone their own ways. The insurance company's out of it.
So they're done.
Yeah.
And what was the reference to $3 million? What was that?
I didn't hear you.
Do we know that? We don't know that.
We testified to that.
Do you testify that the? I'm sorry. Could you? What did you testify to, Mr. McMahon?
I didn't. It was testified that in May of 2020, the insurance company and the Meranus agreed to part ways, and that's shortly thereafter when they initially applied for demolition. That was testified to.
And I guess the last question I have is I heard a reference to $3 million. Can somebody clarify for me what that reference was?
Well, I was not allowed to. I missed it. It was from the first hearing.
So we're saying it again. We weren't supposed to say it the first time.
Okay,
That's not before us, Mr. McCullough.
okay. I just wanted. I didn't know what that was in relationship to 700,000, so I just wanted to be clear. All right. Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Are there other board members with questions?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. First, I just want to be clear. We're being asked to override the HPC's decision, essentially?
Yeah, the HPC denied the demolition permit. The record was established below, and now you have to either grant the demolition permit or deny the demolition permit.
So my first question is, there's both sides agreed that the house has unsafe levels of asbestos. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, according to our expert, all asbestos, again, our Tom Conley, that all asbestos can be contained. And as you know, I would say all the houses in Montclair contain asbestos. My house contains asbestos, but
Wait a minute, Tom is not an asbestos expert. SCE, who's on the line, is the asbestos expert, and they said there's a no safe level.
Mr. McMahon, hold on. Okay, Mr. Simon is asking some questions. Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, to Kathleen. I specifically asked, do you agree that there's an unsafe level of asbestos
Existing today?
As it exists today?
no, because we believe that it can be encapsulated.
Okay, the question is there an unsafe level existing today? What you're talking about is remediation. The question is there currently an unsafe level of asbestos in the home as it exists today?
Well, I don't know if we have current readings of the asbestos levels in each room.
At the time of the proceedings before the HPC, when you made your determination.
Well, I believe that's what what the commissioners thought, that it was not unsafe.
That's not what all the commissioners thought.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I should speak for my fellow commissioners. And we were relying on the testimony of, again, Tom Conley.
Not an asbestos expert. Again,
Okay, all right. So my next question would be, based on whatever level was present, the denial was essentially because there was a lack of evidence of the cost that the insurance paid out. Basically, there was no financial proof as to how much was already spent. Was that fair to say that was the reason for the denial, because there was no proof provided?
Yes.
Okay, so
again, that's economics. That's not the bailiwick of the Historic Preservation Committee, and there's 21 reasons given for the denial.
Let me just correct that. The Historic Preservation Commission under the ordinance is specifically required to consider the economic feasibility of
feasibility. The economic feasibility of restoring this house is beyond any normal capability.
That's what we're hearing. But that is something that the Historic Preservation Commission is supposed to.
And we asked for proof for that.
Okay, let's just be clear on the section we're talking about, and I'm looking at section 347-142.1E3G, and it says the structural soundness, and these are review criteria for total demolition. It says the structural soundness and integrity of the building, structure, object, or site, and the economic feasibility of its restoration or rehabilitation so as to allow for its reasonable use. That's one of the review criteria that was before the HPC and now before us.
Exactly. And that's the testimony, that it's not economically feasible.
So my final question is for the HPC. Is there a formula or a ratio that is used to determine what is economically feasible for this kind of remediation or any remediation?
Again, I'm not an asbestos expert, but our ordinance 347-142.1. I point to that we should have been provided a reasonable comparative sales price indicated by providing evidence such as appraisals. That would have shown a future for the house to remain, at least the facade of the house. So no, we don't have a formula per se. I do think that somewhere, you're talking about a financial formula, correct?
Yeah,
Number.
if you're saying that it's savable, that anything could be remediated at a certain cost, at what cost? What's the threshold for that cost? And what are you basing that on?
I think it's a case-by-case analysis, and also we weren't provided any financial information as to.
So again, so if they were to provide the payout from the insurance company, is that assuming that 700,000 was actually paid out, does that meet the threshold? And if that doesn't meet the threshold, what is the dollar value that had to be spent before it would have been approved in your eyes?
Well, we don't have an indication of that, and that's why that's why we were requesting the Chubb information. So $700,000 was paid out, and we don't know what else, how much else, what, if anything, they paid, or how much more money that they would need to make the house livable.
But that's what I have a problem with. It's like there's how much is enough? Like if there's no formula or guidelines, if the insurance company has decided that it surpasses their ratio, what are you using to counter that? Are you using other insurance companies' ratios? Like what number are you using to say what's enough?
Well, we don't know that, and Chubb again said that it wasn't determined to be a total loss. We don't know if they determined it to be a total loss.
But what are you determining it to be a total loss? What's your number?
Well, we don't have anything to. This is our first demolition we've reviewed, and we don't have a number.
So, Mr. Simon, I think what Ms. Bennett is indicating is there is no strict formula that's been established, but that and again, this is their first review, so they're going to do this on a factual case-by-case basis. So a strict formula is not established, is the answer to your question.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
You're on mute, Chair.
Are there any other board members who have questions? Okay. My understanding of the testimony at the hearing is that besides the initial little fiasco with the leak and the plaster and that plaster having asbestos and it being spread throughout the building, that subsequently the remaining plaster was removed and that also contained asbestos. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes. Everything.
And my understanding is that some, what I'll call debris from that removal.
Actually, if Mr. Harrison, if you have specific questions about the house, the Maranuses are panelists here. I know
I'm asking based on
when I said at the beginning.
Okay.
And I'm going to make sure I am reading the record correctly. And
okay, fair
you're
enough.
much more familiar because you lived it live. Besides,
trust me, I've lived it.
And my understanding from that is that as that is the remaining plaster was removed, that some slipped behind walls and crevices, etc. It's not just from what I'll call the initial fiasco. There's some asbestos as a result.
The multiple leaks, the initial fiasco, the multiple leaks, they kind of ran it everywhere because that was involved the water.
Okay. And there was You had indicated that there was, that Mrs. Meranus had testified concerning demolition cost of between $25,000 and $30,000. I haven't. Okay, where is that in the record? I couldn't readily find it.
Leah testified to that she spoke with demolition contractors and it was between 25 and 50.
But you did not present any demolition contractors.
No, she testified to speaking with them.
And there was no testimony as to what the cost of building a new house on the property would be. Is that correct?
The house hasn't been designed, so we don't know what it's going to cost.
I'm just making sure I'm understanding the record correctly.
Yes.
And presented testimony concerning the problems with encapsulation. Is that correct? And why that's not a long-term solution, correct?
Yes, encapsulation is not a permanent solution.
And there were structural issues raised in terms of removing the various pieces of wood that contain asbestos. Was any cost estimate in terms of temporarily shoring up walls, ceilings, etc., while that removal occurred, or was that looked at all, or that was just part of the overall, cost more than?
It costs more than the value of the house.
Okay, but
that's what it comes down to.
Okay, but that's the only specific that was given. Is that correct?
Yes. Probably significantly more.
And just so our suburban consulting folks feel they're here for a purpose, and other than having a nice evening on a WebEx call, is there anything that you heard tonight that in any way changes, impacts your report?
And who from Suburban is going to address that?
I could answer that.
Okay, Mr. Phil, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth of the matter?
On everything.
Can't hear it.
I understand. It's all garbage.
It's all garbage.
I do.
Okay.
With regards to the question, I think it's more of a clarification that I would like to point out so the board is crystal clear of what our statements are in our report. With regards to our last statement, which is obviously accurate, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration has no safe levels for exposure. And everybody has to appreciate and read that statement, because exposure means being exposed, breathing fibrous asbestos. You can encapsulate, and many houses and many schools and buildings has asbestos, and it's safely contained and sealed, and it's not airborne, where you're being exposed to it by breathing. So that needs to be appreciated and understood. And I believe what the applicant's saying is, in all these nooks and crannies, there's fibrous asbestos remaining throughout the structure. And anytime if you would need to go in and do any cutting in modifications to the house, you have to do some type of abatement with the asbestos that's laden throughout this house because of whatever happened. And that's an issue. And when we were at the house, they indicated they want a house that's free of asbestos, and they have the rights to that, which that's a legal statement, and we obviously didn't comment on it, but bottom line is that the issue was, how do you get all this fibrous asbestos out of all the nooks and crannies? And that's in our paragraph above the one that we explained about exposure. And that statement in the middle, the sentence in the middle, says, is if all of their efforts to remove all of the fibrous asbestos was unsuccessful. And there's a lot of talk how much fibrous asbestos remains in his building. That before myself or two of my employees that were with me that day, before we entered the building, we confirmed with the owner as well as the environmentalist, is the air quality safe or we're not going in? We do not put our people at harm's way, and I don't care to put myself there either. So they did explain, you know, that, and there was an explanation tonight about the fact that they did encapsulate everything. They sprayed down the entire structure so the atmosphere is safe. But the problem is, any work done on this building will once again release whatever remaining fibrous asbestos that's in all these nooks and crannies, which any work would have to, you know, be under their purview and direction of an environmentalist, making sure that occupationally the workers are safe and not becoming exposed to airborne asbestos. So in summary, if there is asbestos in all these nooks and crannies, then there is a significant undertaking to attempt to rid it entirely. Encapsulating wasn't an option. When you sheetrock all the walls and you put new subflooring down, plywood down across the plank flooring, and sheetrock your ceilings, you're sealing off. The house is safe. But there's asbestos supposedly inside the walls because it's in all the nooks and crannies. And they don't want it in their house. But that's not, we're structural engineers, we're environmentalists, and we gave our opinion relative to those aspects. If you truly were looking at, assuming there's asbestos fiber in every nook and cranny, you can imagine you have a plastered facade on a building. I grew up in construction. My dad was a developer, and I ran framing crews and built homes my whole life, and continued through, never mind being a civil engineer and running our environmental department, and we deal with the abatement of asbestos and knocking down buildings and all that. So I'm very familiar with the framing type here. But in short, when you go to put all that plaster in, and you got sheathing on the outside, when you got your studs, then you put your sheathing, then you're going to put your finished facade. It's either some type of siding, clapboard, or that's layered from the bottom up, or in this case, this Tudor has an extensive amount of the plastered exterior. There's wire mesh that holds all that on. So that wire mesh, first there's plywood that's put on, or plank board that's put on the outside of the structure. Then you're putting some type of wire mesh on to hold the parging, the plaster, and then you parge it on. Now you want to break loose from the inside. So that's done, and that's the facade of the house. Now, if there's fibers between the studs and the outside wood frame that's holding the plaster on, and you want to break that bond to clean that gap, you literally got to take all the facade off this house to do it. You can't nail it. You can't loosen the nails and nail it back on. You're going to destroy that masonry finish. That's what these old Tudors are. So, once again, it's in that statement in our report if it's there. There's no test data provided. You know, there's a lot of testimony of how this process went through, of the first contractor going in and everything polluted the structure, and it was spread throughout. And obviously we were assuming, and that's where we put it in that statement about if it's laden in with all these cracks and crevices, truthfully, you're not getting all of that material out, all those fibers that work their way in between every joint without taking this whole building apart, and you're going to redo the exterior. It's the only way of doing it, if it's there.
May I ask a question of the engineer?
Yes.
I just want to clarify something. If they had simply gone into this house, owned the house, and started hanging pictures in the plaster walls, would that not have generated some asbestos fibers into the air?
Absolutely.
So anything that would have happened in the house that is typically done in normal construction or repairs that touched the plaster wall would have created these fibers potentially in the air, though at some minimal level.
Absolutely.
And I think, as was stated earlier, people in Montclair, every time they hang something on the wall and it's an old house and that's plaster in it, there's a good chance they're releasing some asbestos fibers. My question,
absolutely.
So my question then goes to the issue of remediation. So, for example, if I built an inner shell in this building, a simple basic inner shell, isolating off all the existing material, including the floorboards, and created a space where you could run conduit and everything else, someone would never have to go back in and touch that plaster again, because everything you've done would be between the encapsulated plaster and your new false wall. Let's say it's 2 inches out from the original wall, so something like that. Is that something that was, forgetting about the economics for the moment, is that something that would actually be feasible and work? Or is that not even a rational notion to create these, what I'll call the inner shell? It looked, from what I could see, that a lot of the partitions inside and everything else were now bare and they were gone.
Well,
so a lot of the interior stuff is already gone. I don't know how it was taken out. I don't know who did it, how it was removed, but somebody removed all that interior plaster and everything else throughout the house, as best I could tell from the photos. So I'm trying to find out, given that what's left is what I'll call an exterior shell, I'm asking whether you could build an interior shell that encapsulates those exterior walls and essentially makes anything else you did in the house feasible and viable, and you could then put up sheetrock or anything else as long as you didn't penetrate the original plaster.
Well, correct, and you were correct about the fact, from looking at the photos that are in the reports and on the record, there's not a stitch of plaster left in this building. There is asbestos supposedly in the mortar, in the fireplace, that's structural and in locations where very difficult to get to. So, and that's buried behind walls and behind the actual fireplace itself. But you're absolutely right. You could make a house, an existing house that has the plastered walls, that has asbestos on it, you can seal off and put sheetrock right against that, nail it on, finish it off. So when you're hanging pictures, you're not releasing the asbestos. So that would be and a lot of people do that in these very old homes. They will go in, leave it alone, encapsulate it, seal it off. You put 1/2-inch sheetrock on there, you can do your thing, hang a million pictures, and you're fine.
And if you put a new subfloor over the plank, you could essentially do the same thing for the floors.
Well, you would have to put these old planks, it's the subfloor. It's nothing finished. I believe they pulled up the, there was most likely hardwood or some other, finished board. But on these old houses, because of the, the gaps in the tongue and groove, they're not tight. You would put plywood down, probably 3/4 inch. Then from there, turn around, and if you're carpeting or putting wood on there or what have you, but you would definitely, I mean, this thing's down to the skeleton. You're covering everything.
Yes, and I guess that was my question. We've heard the term infeasible. We've heard the term more than the house costs. Of course, we all know what the prices of houses have changed since 2016 into 2021 in Montclair. We certainly know about that. And they're certainly worth a lot more than when it was bought. Basically, I'm trying to find out if you create a good interior subshell, I'll call it, would it then be feasible to leave the exterior as is and then rebuild the interior in what is essentially a clean space?
Well, we had quite a bit of dialogue with the owner on what his intent is, and the house is gutted, and because of the old style, the rooms aren't as opened, if you would. There's still a lot of modifications that he would want to do in this floor plan, resulting in having to mitigate whatever, once again, fibers that got loose are laden within. So he would have to go through that cost for renovating and modifying the structure. Then yes, when you go and finish off and you sheetrock your ceilings, you put subflooring down, you sheetrock your walls, everything's encapsulated. Any fiber is sealed within the cavity of the wall.
So I guess that was the point I was asking, because it sounds like what you're saying now is they plan on taking out a lot of those interior partitions anyway to make more open space and other things. So what they really have to do is seal the exterior wall and the floors and the ceiling from the new work they do, and do everything inside this new sealed container.
Well, I believe they believe that the whole house, all the joints, every 2x4 that, at the end that touches another board, if two 2x4s are put together, fibers migrated within because there was so much airborne. So any modification work on the house to get it to where it's desirable for them as a living space would need to require more cost to mitigate the fibers that are there, which is correct, because any construction workers have to make sure, and OSHA is, this is a very serious health issue if you don't do it correctly. And they would have to follow all those rules and make sure that the space is safe, do the demolition, finish up your demolition, and then sheetrock, finish off. They got plumbing. There's no plumbing like left in this house. Very, very little. They got to replumb it. The ventilation, heating, air ventilation, air conditioning ducts were all supposedly totally inundated. They're gutted out. This house has it's a skeleton on the inside with siding on the outside.
I say, but we can assume, for example, when they originally put in the ductwork, they were going through all that same asbestos laden plaster when they were trying to put the ductwork into an old house. Because I know I went through it in my own house. When you try to put air conditioning in an old house, you're going through all the same plaster to get to it. So this is not unusual here. I'm just trying to find out whether or not you believe it's feasible to create what I would call an interior shell, in which thereafter everything that still contains asbestos is been encapsulated and therefore they can do whatever layout they want within the house that is otherwise structurally feasible.
Absolutely. There's Board of Educations with our kids there, and there's asbestos in the mechanical rooms. It's sealed, it's not airborne, it's safe. That is true for many houses in Montclair. It's encapsulated, it's there, it's encapsulated. You don't disturb it, don't let it go airborne, and you're fine. It's safe. The air that you're breathing is fine.
Thank you.
I think that the point that the owner was making was he wants to rid this structure 100% of every fiber. That's the issue. It's not making it safe, it's ridding it of asbestos forever. That's what was explained to us.
I assume when they say ridding it of asbestos forever, they mean ridding it of any airborne asbestos.
No, they want to take apart. They're saying for us to take apart every 2x4 in this place and clean it and put it back in so there's 0 fibers in the house. So in the future, if we ever have to drill a hole in the wall through the brand new sheetrock, doesn't matter. There's no asbestos. I could do whatever I want in this house. It's like a brand new house.
I guess my question is, even absent what happened with the plumber, they would have had the same problem every time they wanted to move a wall or drill a hole. They would have been exposing asbestos, regardless of what happened with the plumber. So,
absolutely.
So there's no way of ridding old houses of every fiber of asbestos. Technically, there's literally no way in any home to rid every fiber of asbestos, is what I'm hearing. Every potential fiber of asbestos in a home that was built with walls that contain asbestos.
But you're absolutely correct. It sounded like they were going to renovate this house and live with it with the existing walls, that had fiber in it in the house until it all got spread across. And then obviously they're realizing, all right,
thank you.
We want to get it all out.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other board members with questions for Mr. Phil? Okay, we're going to open this up to the public now, and again, our decision is based solely on the record below, but if you have questions, anything you want to say that is based on that record, as to whether the board's decision, the commission's decision should be upheld or reversed, this is your opportunity. We're going to unmute all the microphones, and if you have any commentary within the context of the record that was previously established, this is your opportunity to do that. Or if you have questions for either Mr. McMahon or Ms. Bennett or Mr. Phil, you can ask those questions now, but again, solely based on the record.
Good evening. My name is Frank Rabacki.
Mr. Rabacki, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
And just again, repeat your name and address, please.
Sure. It's Frank Rabacki, R-U-B-A-C-K-Y, 398 Upper Mountain Avenue in Montclair.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the first question is to Mr. McMahon. It appears that you filed a development application for development, and you ticked the box. The nature of the application was an appeal, an administrative appeal. Is that correct?
Yes, this is an appeal.
Okay, and did you public notice?
Mr. Rabacki, I'm going to stop you right now. So let me explain to you, because I know you went through this at length before the HPC. So under the municipal land use law, there are certain categories of applications that require public notice. An appeal such as this is not one of them. The municipality does have the option to adopt an ordinance to require such notice. Montclair has not done so. So notice is not required.
That's fine. I readily accept it, and that was my understanding as I was instructed by the planning department.
Well, they instructed you correctly, yes.
Okay, but what I'm confused about is why we're allowing public comment.
Well, because it's a public hearing, okay? And so,
So those are
if-
two
if-
different things. The public hearing and public comment are two different things.
No, let me tell you, there's two, no, you're mixing and confusing things.
I'm sorry, public meetings and public hearings.
Well, I'm sure, I'm not sure that's a difference with any distinction. This application does not require public notice. However, this is a public hearing and the board is extending public comment to anybody who wants to say anything. And you're one of them. So
Okay.
if you want to say something, now's your
Okay.
chance.
Okay, that's great. So Mr. McMahon, you had made comments about the initial damage to the house caused by the original contractor. And you had said that the contractor had taken industrial fans and blew air into the duct system and that spread it throughout the house. Correct?
Fans and dehumidifiers, I believe, is what I said. And yes, ductwork was involved.
Okay, and so I'm just a little confused because your transcript of the meeting didn't indicate those details about the ductwork. So are you testifying, or is this the testimony, or is this adding testimony? I'm confused by that.
Frank, I can't tell you specifically where I got that now. I've been studying this case for months.
So can we say that's not part of the record then? Just agree because it's not on the transcript.
If
it's not
Frank,
part of the transcript, and you can't testify to new facts.
I'm not testifying to the fact that it was.
Can I just, Mr. Rabaki, let me just jump in a second. First of all, page 38 of the transcript, lines 10 and 11, Mr. Scott Higgins is testifying. He said we did dust wipe samples inside the ductwork and they were off the charts, like 100,000 fibers and structures in these dust wipes. So the ductwork was discussed below in the testimony.
That's not correct because I have a quality assurance background and I will explain to you if you give me a chance.
No, all I'm saying is that, testimony.
What I am saying is you are furthering information that is not part of the record.
And Leah said that in her testimony too.
It's not indicated on the transcript. And I'm just going by what was presented to the ZBA. So if we're going to take what's presented to the ZBA, then that's fine. But if we're going to take what was actually heard at the HPC meeting, then let's do that.
Mr. Rebecca, are you saying what I just read is not
what rules we're following tonight?
We've said it probably 3 or 4 times, but I'll repeat it again. It's based on the record below, and that was before the HPC, and the 2 sentences I just read were from the transcript from the September 23, 2021 meeting.
Okay, moving on. Somebody testified that there's no safe level of asbestos. One of the members of the ZBA asked if the historic preservation considered safe. The engineer just testified that he would not let his people in an unsafe environment. And he asked specifically if it was safe of the owners. So my question is to the engineer, what's his definition of safe?
So what's safe is it's written right in our report that was provided to the board that there's no exposure of any asbestos that would have been within the atmosphere, primarily of obviously what we're breathing. So
it was a safe house at that time?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a safe house currently. Good. You had also said there's no safe level, yet you cited an OSHA standard as far as time, duration, and quantity of asbestos fibers. How does that relate to no safe amount and OSHA saying there is a safe amount?
Yeah, there is, what is published is there is no safe amount, meaning zero. They don't have any limits saying you can turn around and safely inhale a certain concentration of asbestos fiber. The atmosphere cannot have asbestos fiber in it, any concentration.
So what was the reason for using that time and quantity measure in your report?
What time and quantity measure?
What was the purpose of putting that time and quantity measure in the report then?
Well, if you read the sentence, it was following the sentence before that, which indicated about if there is fibrous material in the nooks and crannies, then obviously any disturbance of that would cause a release, and that's where we wanted the next question would be, well, is a release safe or isn't it safe? So we obviously indicated the fact that OSHA stipulates there's no safe limit established.
Okay. Well, I have you though. Let's go to your report. Your first sentence of your report says that you were directed to review specific documents, and not only that, you listed them and you said they were revised items. In what way were they revised? Hello?
I'm just looking for that statement. I have my report up.
It's the first sentence of the report of the letter to Ms. Talley. As directed, Suburban Consulting Engineers, Inc. Has reviewed the following revised items regarding the above referenced application.
I believe when we, in our industry, with many industries, you start with a document and then there's revisions to it. So the latest revision date, if it was revised, is documented right below that in the bullets. So it's pretty much the record, but we indicate that sort of a technicality if it's revised. We didn't revise it, nobody else, it's the documents that the board has.
So you're saying that that was just a boilerplate sentence?
The terminology a revised document in our industry, it's the evolution of a final document. The bullet list there indicates dates. Some of these documents may have multiple dates. We just put the final last revised date.
Okay, so the documents that you listed were 6 documents. Okay. 4 of them were in one file. They're contained within one file that you would have received like everybody else. So I'm not sure how anything could be revised there. The testimony provided was the prepared notes. And again, that was not revised. That was what she prepared and what was submitted. And then certainly you wouldn't have received a revision to the resolution. So I just find I'm perplexed by your explanation as it applies to the documents you reviewed. But let's move on. You noted in the third paragraph, under structural environmental review, You used a phrase that really caught my attention and questioned your credentials. You said in the first sentence, the impacts of asbestos fiber damage. That's not a term that I'm used to seeing. So it raises the question that there were two authors on the report, and there were other references of unorthodox terminology, a non-standard terminology that I would expect from experts in the field. So I wanted to ask you and your partner, who was an author of the report, are you yourselves experts in asbestos assessment and abatement?
I'm not
Mr.
certified either.
Let me just, if I could, it's Michael Sullivan. Mr. Rebecki raised a good point, because I really was remiss when we went to Mr. Phil for testimony. We should have had him set forth his qualifications. At that point, the volume and the audio was gone haywire on me, but I think you do raise a good point. So, Mr. Phil, if you could, why don't you just run through your qualifications?
Sure. I'm a graduate engineer from Rutgers University back in 1986. 30 plus years ago, I was successful in passing the PE exam and been a licensed civil engineer since that date. And my license in good standing. I joined Suburban about 30 years ago. At that point, I commenced in creating and running since that date the environmental division as well as the land development sector. I have been actively involved in many environmental projects dealing with hazardous contamination, primarily in the underground storage tank type of work with petroleums and other hazardous chemicals. Have dealt with and managed projects for Board of Educations as well as county governments in demolition work associated with the mitigation of asbestos cleanups prior to obviously moving through and resolving the completion of the projects. With regards to my team that I manage, we have LSRP licensees that turn around and run and work through those aspects of projects.
Excuse me, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, I have a point. I want the opportunity to question the people that are testifying. His team and what qualifications they have are not here for me to question.
Well, I just as a matter of course, I think it's routine that the witness would set forth his qualifications. And Mr. Phil, is there anything additional with respect to, OSHA, supervisory roles or asbestos that you just wish to add? And then we'll let Mr. Rebecki continue his questions.
Oh, no.
Okay, so Mr. Rebecki, you want to continue?
Yes, please. Did you review the actual lab test report submitted as part of the record?
I glanced
of the HPC meeting.
I glanced at those, but we have a certified Asbestos Hazardous Emergency Response Act individual that turned around and provided guidance on that aspect of this documentation and information in our report.
Is that person here tonight? Can I talk to them? Question them?
Unfortunately, she is not here tonight.
Okay. How many reports did she look at? Because I only saw one in the record.
I'm not 100% sure, Alexandra. I don't know if, since you coordinated from our office,
All right, what, if we're gonna go to Ms. Handel, Bill, why don't you swear her in?
Ms. Handel, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to is the truth, the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Give the board the benefit of your
Certainly. I graduated from Stevens Institute of Technology in 2013 with a bachelor's and master's degree in civil engineering. I obtained my professional engineering license in 2017, along with a professional planner's license in 2017 by virtue of examination. I've been working in the field of civil engineering for the past over 8 years now.
Do you want to answer the question, Mr. Phil?
I believe our coworker has reviewed all of the reports submitted and based her report on the facts in all of the documents that we have listed in our report.
So there's only one. Could you turn off your other sound device because you're repeating?
I don't have another sound device on.
Okay, so let's see. I don't. So.
I'm gonna mute everybody. I think it's coming. So. Frank, is that you?
I'm here.
Okay, everybody else is muted.
Is that better?
How's this?
No?
Good. Good. Oh, never mind.
Is that okay?
Not sure whether.
Janice, could it be members of the public?
I have everybody muted. Frank, what's your number?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
What's your phone number? Are you 330?
973-330.
Is that better?
I hope so.
All right, Frank, I tried again. I muted you and then Frank, do you have the TV on?
I have it muted. I'll turn it off.
Alexandra, do you have the TV on?
No.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Janice, can I make a quick technical suggestion? The issues with Miss Handel, so you can mute yourself and only mute yourself when you can speak, when you're going to speak. I think that might be the issue.
I muted myself. I'm not sure if you're waiting.
Okay, when you're not
sorry.
speaking, then mute yourself. Okay.
Okay. So, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so picking up, should I pick up where I left off?
Yes.
Okay, so the record shows that there's one report dated October, I'm doing this from memory, October 5th of 2018, that took 6 samples from the bedroom closet, the ceiling and the wall of the bedroom closet of one of the children. And that's the only report I see. Is there other reports that I'm missing? I'm not seeing. Are there other exhibits I'm not aware of that everybody else is referencing?
I do believe that we just reviewed the one report. I think, did you just say from October 18th?
No, from October 5th.
And I believe our report states that we did not get air quality samples for review.
So you looked at that same one report. We're all on the same page. There was one report from the closet of the child's bedroom.
I believe so. Was it dated October 18th?
Maybe it was dated. It was dated the weekend, the Friday before the homeowners went to the farmers market. I believe it was October 5th.
They went to the farmers market. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I'm trying to, the only report that I see is the October, it's in the ABS letter, the first ABS letter of October, I think it's October 5th, where he said that he tested it and then he called her, somewhere in the testimony, he called her at the farmer's market. It was a beautiful summer day. And I looked at the report that was included in Rich McMahon's packet. And the report shows 6 samples taken for that one test. 3 from the ceiling, 3 from a wall in the closet, all from the same location. And the results were, from memory, 2%, 3%, 4% asbestos fiber, along with some horsehair and rates of like 2%, 3% also. Is that the report that you looked at?
Yes.
Okay. So you looked at one report. And then I'm confused because Mr. Higgins, in a subsequent letter, indicated that, kind of recapped what happened that fall, that summer actually. I'm sorry, fall, where he, after that initial results, the following, between that test and the 20th of October, he ran a battery of tests, all kinds of tests. I think he used the word ran the gamut. Did you look at those tests? Has anybody looked at those tests? That question can also be for Mr. McMahon.
I'm not the expert. Scott.
No, I'm just asking if you submitted.
I'm just asking if you submitted it. Yeah, we submitted reports.
So where are they?
I can't tell you.
Well, see, this is my problem. This is why I'm getting, everybody's talking about all this extensive contamination. They're talking about in multiple rooms on different floors, different levels, all levels actually. And we're talking about supposedly a week or more worth of testing that was done, which there are no reports. Now, I know there were air quality reports from reading the record from the first hearing, but they weren't submitted either.
They're all part of the record.
No, the air quality reports are not part of the record because they're from the first hearing, from the first application, and that's been excluded. That's a separate issue I have a question about, but there are two of them, and they're both excluded. So there are no air quality reports. Let's try to be accurate. Okay, so typically my question back to the engineers is, you seem to have some experience in underground oil tanks and ground contamination, and usually you test, my understanding, LSRPs and all that kind of stuff, is you test multiple locations within a site. And you test maybe surrounding locations, maybe outside site. So did you not find it strange that you were only looking at one report inside a closet where the testimony is they brought in industrial size equipment, blew air into ductworks? And I really have to ask from the neighbor's point of view, did the contractor blow it out the windows into their yards? That's what you should be asking, if that's what you cared about. So anyway, I'm sorry, I got off the subject there. So this is what I find strange about all of this review of the extent of the contamination. It seems no one knows. No one bothered to ask for any data. And I don't understand how that happens with experts. Did anybody file any of this information with NJ Depth? Did any of the engineers make a request of information from NJ Depth? Because it wasn't listed in the report. Maybe it got dropped out somehow. That's a question for the engineers.
Well, the way the process went was we were provided a file, we reviewed it.
Yeah, Mr. Phil, Mr. Rubacki, they were charged to review the information that was submitted to the Historic Preservation Commission. That was their only charge. There was not do a separate evaluation because our review is limited to that information. We are not interested in what other information is out there. I have no problem, and I did the point earlier as to information, if you think should have been presented to the Historic Preservation Commission and wasn't, you certainly can make that point and ask Mr. McMahon questions about whether certain information was submitted. But our experts were given a very limited charge of reviewing the information that was in the record. That is what they did. They provided a report. They were not supposed to, and if they had, we would have ignored. If they had gone elsewhere to ask DEP if they had records, if they had gone to the consultants Mr. McMahon used to ask for additional information, that was beyond their scope of what they wanted to do, because our scope is limited to what that record is.
Okay, so my
Scott
question,
Higgins
so I got
testified about his reports and how they were done, and all his reports were submitted.
okay, you're testifying now, it's not in the record. That's, let's just make sure we're clear what you're testifying to and what's in the record.
It's in the record.
Yeah, I know it's in the record that there are no reports besides that one. So as long as you're, I'm sorry, going back to, I got a little lost with who was talking at one point, but I think it was the engineers. And they were talking about how they had a conversation with the homeowners. Did the engineers have a conversation with the homeowners?
Yes.
Okay, so you introduced that information tonight. That was not part of the HBC meeting. It was not part of your charge by the zoning board. Why did you talk to the homeowners about the conditions and then bring that in tonight?
Mr. Rebecki, that testimony was made. I don't think it was really material. They talked about the owner's intention. So you've made your point. Can you please move on?
Okay, I'll move on. Mr. McMahon, your application on the second page or third page where there was a required statement of purpose, down at the bottom, it said that you were submitting a May 23rd, 2020 letter. You did it in the ZBA application, and you did it in the HPC application in September. I can't find a May 23rd letter. Where is that May 23rd letter?
Well, it was submitted. I got it here somewhere.
Okay, could you point us to where it is?
Is that from ABS? Is that the letter you're talking about?
No, I'm talking, well, I'm not sure what letter I'm talking about because I can't find a letter dated May 23rd.
May 23rd. No, there's a July 23rd. There's a May 27th.
No, I'm just saying what your application package says. I can't find it.
Frank, what's the relevance
We know
of this?
that. What?
What's the relevance of this?
Are you asking me a question? Do I have to be sworn in if I'm going to testify?
Okay.
I made my point. Okay, moving on. So we have a missing May 23rd letter. Let me ask you a question. Why wasn't the June 4th letter included in the package to the ZBA?
It was. If you're talking
Not
about
originally.
if you're talking about the June 4, 2021 ABS Environmental Services letter, that in fact was provided for the board and is on the township's website.
Yes, but it was only just provided in the last day or so.
So it was provided.
It wasn't provided. It wasn't provided by the applicant. That's the key point. I'm making the distinction. It was provided by another party.
My understanding is it was part of the record below, and it was submitted to the board. And Mr. Rebecki, you're making points, but I'm not sure
I
where we're
know
getting with
it's
this.
not. I made my point, and it's not relevant. Okay, so let me make another point that's not relevant. Section 347, 136C of the Montclair Code says that if you're making emergency repairs, that you can go ahead and make emergency repairs without letting the HPC know. However, you have to, once you start doing that during normal business hours, you do have to give them a heads up that you're doing it. You have to notify them. Not right away. You have to make, right there, make it, but you have to notify them if it affects the historic structure of a building. Now, everybody's testified very clearly that there are no safe levels. There is hardly any way to remediate this place, this house, that it's impossible. It's Herculean. And the best part is the June 4th letter that says it was known, it could not be avoided. It could not be avoided. That's the expert's thing. So my question is, why didn't the homeowners notify the HPC? Mr. McMahon, why didn't the homeowners
I don't understand
notify
what you're
the
talking about, frankly.
I know. Okay, so anyways, just
The HPC
maybe look it
clearly
up.
has been this. This is all goes back
Just
to
look
the
it up.
HPC.
Look it up. You're a lawyer. I'm not. Okay.
What's the relevance to
Where am
this?
I? The relevance is that it seems everybody knew. They're arguing two sides. The relevance is everybody seems to know that if you did any of this kind of remediation, you would spread more asbestos into the nooks and crannies. Right now, before you did the remediation, in which the engineer did not point out, is that the asbestos was in asbestos-contained material, ACMs. Okay? Plaster board. What do you call it board? I forget the name of it, button board. These are all examples of typical construction in Montclair of ACM materials, ACMs. Okay? So I'm trying to understand, and I'm trying to understand how the recommended course of action was to break down these ACMs into what's called friable fibers, another technical term about asbestos. Okay? ACMs are non-friable. In other words, they're not loose. So I'm trying to understand why, knowing, based on that June 4th letter, among other things, besides just common knowledge, I guess, from all the experts here, why would you go in and take the plaster out when it was self-contained? Okay. I'm not looking for an answer, don't worry. Next question. It's about Mr. Higgins and the insurance company. Clarify the relationship, please. Mr. Higgins, the owners, was he in their employ or the insurance company's employ?
Sorry, Mr. Higgins, as testified to, was hired by Steve when he's concerned about how the contractor was addressing the issue that he caused.
No, I'm confused about the part. I know that part. I'm confused about the part when the remediation started and you mentioned that Chubb had their contractor come in and that Mr. Higgins was the supervisor. And I didn't quite understand that distinction. He was a
The insurance
consultant
company,
hired
if I
by
may,
Steve to oversee and make sure that the homeowner's interests and property were properly remediated.
Mr. Chair, should these questions be leading to a better understanding as opposed to asking questions and then retracting their relevance? I mean, I don't see how this is helping the board make any decision.
Oh, the question, and my understanding of, I'm not sure why it matters who Mr. Higgins was employed by.
Can I tell you why I think it matters?
I can answer the question partially, if I may. Mr. Higgins, again, was initially retained by Steve Meranus because he was concerned. And then the insurance company came up with their contractor, the remediation contractor, and also approved Mr. Higgins as the asbestos consultant on the project.
So he was representing Chubb's interest. I'm trying to understand whose interest he was representing.
Again, what's the relevance?
I will explain the relevance, but can you answer the question first?
Explain the relevance first.
Okay, the relevance is that if the insurance company's expert made a mistake, then the the homeowners have recourse through
Okay.
the insurance company.
It-
If it is the homeowner's expert, then they should have known what he knew, that this was an avoidable situation, and whether he communicated to the homeowners or not is their problem. It's not the township's problem.
But Mr. Rubacki, the issue before us is what is in the record before the Historic Preservation Commission. If you want to make a point that something was not in the record that you think should have been, that's fine, but was not in the record as to who Mr. Higgins was working for, and I am
okay.
So we're an argument to make that based on what's in or not in the records, we should affirm or reverse. That's fine, but
Okay, so I'm sorry. Could you clarify that again, because I'm confused, and I'm being sincere. If I can challenge things that should have been in the record for the purposes of the review by the zoning board.
Okay, now for purposes of let's do the point I made earlier. I asked questions as to what was in the record as to the cost to remediate the house, so it could be maintained, and part of that was my saying that I think that it would have been better if there were more specific costs provided. I didn't go into what could have been provided, just the point was what wasn't provided. So I don't have a problem with your going and saying, was any information introduced concerning X that relates directly to the standards that this board needs to use to determine whether the Historic Preservation Commission decision was correct or not, and arguing that this wasn't provided, how can you decide that the permit should have been approved missing this information? Or because this information was provided, they demonstrated that they, that's fine, but not asking why it wasn't provided or was there additional information. The question is simply, was this provided? Anything you want to argue was or wasn't provided.
Okay, so I think I'm following. So if I was to ask a question about were any other alternatives besides between remediating the house as it is and total demolishing, flattening it out, is there any in-between alternatives? Can I ask a question like that?
You can ask whether any information about other alternatives was provided.
Okay, I know where that's going to go. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you very much for your patience. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Rubacki. Are there any other members of the public who have any questions they want to ask of
Yes.
for the SPC representative or Mr. McMahon?
Hi,
Yes.
This is Tom Connolly.
Okay, Mr.
I have
Connolly, you're the, hold on, Mr. Connolly, you're the HPC's consultant, correct?
Yeah, but couldn't I ask questions as a member of the public?
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, it's not a situation here where the applicant has his experts here to ask. I mean, you already submitted a report. It's part of the record right now. So I don't think it's appropriate for you to ask questions.
All right, if that's the way you feel. But there was new testimony tonight, and I did want to respond to that.
Okay.
By your expert. So I did have a question for Mr. Phil from SC.
I don't know, Mr. Chairman, I'll leave that up to you. I mean, I don't want a situation here where he's testifying now as to expand the record below.
No, and okay, so Mr. Connolly, if you can ask Mr. Phil a question and it's purely a question and not tied, to any, information that you're providing.
Okay.
And just for the record, would you please give us your full name and address?
It's Thomas Connolly, and my address is 16 Cranford Avenue, Cranford, New Jersey. So, Mr. Phil, is it not true that OSHA has set a permissible exposure limit, or PEL, for asbestos for the working environment?
That's correct.
Okay, so there is a permissible exposure limit to asbestos, so meaning all asbestos does not have to be remediated.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And just one other question. Could exposure monitoring be done with an air monitor on a worker who is working in the house to determine accurately the airborne concentrations of asbestos?
Was there?
No, he said can there.
Yeah, can. So if somebody is going to work in the house in the future, could exposure monitoring
Absolutely,
be
yes,
conducted
yes.
to determine if it's actually a safe environment to work?
Yes, it would be mandatory, correct?
Yep. All right. That was my only questions. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who have any questions to ask?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. This is Caroline Kane Levy, and
Okay,
I
hold
am
on,
a member
hold
of
on
the
a second.
HPC.
I'm sorry, who are you? Are you a member of the HPC?
I am, and I'm also a resident of the town.
Okay, so I'm going to swear you in only because these questions seem to morph into statements too. So would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
And can you give us your address, please?
37 Ardsley Road in Montclair.
Okay, go ahead.
The applicants have made no good faith effort to sell the house, and I just want to know, why should the board accept this, given that it's a specific condition of the law? I know at least one person out there who would be interested in renovating the house and buying it.
Okay, I mean, we did go back and forth on that. I mean, there is a section in the ordinance that was discussed here tonight. It was also discussed below. So I'm not sure. You've indicated somebody may purchase it. So I think your point is you think there would be willing buyers for the home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, and then the other question I have is, what kind of precedent would this set to demolish this house, given that so many houses in Montclair have similar plaster with asbestos in it? I mean, there are a lot of potential for flooding, which is growing more and more concerning in the town. The last storm, there was it was terrible flooding. So what potential precedent does this have?
These cases are going to be reviewed on, it's a case-by-case basis. So there hasn't been any precedent established, and I think you're going to get unique sets of facts that you're just going to have to apply the law to and make your determinations. So we don't know what's going to be going forward on these cases.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who have any questions related to the record in this matter?
Yes.
Who
Can
is
you hear me?
this? Yes, we can.
Yes. Hi, good evening. Martin Schwartz. Do you need the address?
Okay, Mr. Schwartz, hold on. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I'm just asking some questions. I don't need to be sworn in.
Okay, I'm going to stop you when you're trying to assert facts. If you're only asking a question, just give us your address and you can do so.
You lost me there. I'm asking some questions.
Yes, you can ask questions without being sworn in if you're not offering anything. So just give us your address, which we need for the record so we can do the minutes.
No problem. 83 South Fullerton Avenue, Montclair.
Okay, so you can ask your questions.
If I feel the need to make a statement, then you can swear me in, okay?
Thank you.
I want to address the formulation of the record, because there's been great discussion tonight on the HPC's review and credibility of the reports and witnesses that were provided during the hearing. So I'd like to ask Ms. Bennett a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Ms. Bennett, when you discovered that the town planner and a town attorney had placed the applicant for a renewed hearing, and were you advised that there were additional documentation and reports being presented for that hearing?
I was advised that there was new documentation. However, I did not know what the documentation was.
Did you attempt to have a discussion with the town planner about that documentation to review the substance of it?
I was referred to the attorney, our township attorney, who was the HPC attorney. And I
Did
could
you
not get a
attempt to-
hold.
Did
No,
you
I did
attempt
not
to
speak
reach?
to him before, and I was not able to reach him before our meeting.
And how many times did you attempt to reach the township attorney?
Through phone calls, 2 or 3.
So you had no discussion or preparation prior to the hearing to review the substance or process about new documentation and testimony that was going to be entered into the record during the proceeding that was coming up. Is that correct?
Right.
Yes or no?
Yes, yes. It was only
Did you-
until we received the packet in the mail that I wanted to discuss it with the township attorney.
Great. So you received the documentation in the mail. How many days before the hearing did you receive that documentation?
Well, normally we get it on the Friday.
Just to answer, please.
I would say
Ms. Bennett,
Friday
please
before the meeting.
Just to answer the questions, you don't need to elaborate. I'll ask the questions, just give me a straight answer. How many days before the hearing did you actually see the report and testimony that was going to be provided before the hearing?
Well, I can't say for sure, but I'm going to say it's Friday. So what is that, 6 days, 5 days before the meeting?
Did you then attempt to discuss the forthcoming reports and testimony with the township planner, who is also, correct me if I'm wrong, at this time, the staff representative to the Historic Preservation Commission?
I was referred to the township attorney.
So you had no ability to discuss the forthcoming testimony and reports that were being presented by the applicant prior to the hearing. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Discuss with whom? With
either staff person.
No, we didn't discuss. No.
What's the relevant? Where are we going with this? I don't understand.
I'm attempting to deal with a record. Is that Mr. McMahon asking?
Well, this is not the record.
Mr. McMahon, please don't interrupt my questioning. I have a right to ask about the record that was formulated. Ms. Bennett, please let me know. Did you have any opportunity to have other experts review the forthcoming reports and testimony that the applicant presented during the hearing? Were you allowed to, for instance, bring in structural experts to review inside the home the report that you had received in the packet prior to the hearing? Yes or no?
No.
Did you have any opportunity to bring in your own asbestos expert?
No.
To review, did the planner discuss the substance of the reports that were coming before you to prepare you in any way to then refute, question, review the subsequent testimony that appeared at the following hearing? Yes or no?
No.
Thank you. Mr. McMahon, question for you since you jumped in there, sir. Did you not, either in a Facebook post or publicly in the press, or even during testimony tonight that I might not have heard, state that the Historic Preservation Commission did not refute any of the testimony or reports that you had presented at the rehearing this fall? Yes or no, sir?
I said it tonight. Yes, they're unrefuted.
Thank you. That's all. That's all, sir.
No, allow
That's
me
all?
to. Now that I'm talking, let me talk.
No, I
And
asked
this
you a
stuff
question.
was all of our stuff was submitted months in advance to Janice Talley, and you know what they do or do not do in preparation is not our responsibility.
Thank you for that information, sir. So you're saying that the reports that appeared before the HPC some 2 or 3 days in a packet prior to the hearing had been submitted months earlier to the planning department?
That is
correct?
false. That is false. We have 45, and I'm gonna jump in here. We have 45 days to get a response. So when these
So
documents
Mr.
are
McMahon is
submitted,
lying? Is that correct, Ms. Talley? Is that you speaking?
I'm clearing the record. We're very sensitive to time. We're very sensitive to
Let her
time
finish.
here. We have 45 days to have the hearing scheduled from when the application is submitted. We get the application. As soon as I get the application, I send it to the HPC's professional. They have their own professional, Mr. Thomas Connolly, to review everything and prepare his reports. He's got as much time as possible to get his report in so we can get that report to the HPC before the first scheduled meeting within that 45-day period. Of course, during that 45-day period, the board attorney is also brought into the fold to discuss it. So whatever we can get within that 45-day period from the legal perspective of the board attorney and from the HPC consultant is compiled into a package so that the HPC can review it within that 45-day time frame, which of course we want to make sure that we hold to that. Because if we don't,
And I don't disagree with what Janice just said.
So Mr. McMahon, you're modifying your testimony. It was not months before.
A month and a half, 45 days, a month and a half. I'm sorry.
Okay, very good, very good. Understood. So essentially, the township attorney who was supposed to review the reports or could have reviewed the reports with the HPC chair did not return any phone calls to discuss the matter. Ms. Talley, did you suggest at any point in time, given the substance of the reports, that the HPC retain or obtain their own independent asbestos expert to review or refute the coming report? Or did you suggest or recommend that a structural expert go inside the home prior to the
within
hearing?
that 45-day period, we do not, the HPC does not have experts available to do that. Now, if the HPC, after the hearing starts within that 45-day period, if they're not satisfied with the information that they have, then they can ask for it. But you have to understand, within 45 days, that's not enough time to go out and collect the money and find the experts that the board can then bring into a meeting.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, please. Did not some commissioners during that second hearing say that we should have had a asbestos expert go inside and review the substance of the report prior to the hearing and prior to the vote, and or a structural expert also review the substance of the reports that they were then asked to vote on at that hearing? That's a yes or no question.
Well, is it Mr. Schwartz?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Schwartz, it's Michael Sullivan. So the record speaks for itself, but there was a discussion about hiring an independent expert. Ultimately, the HPC did not do so. And
Okay,
I'm
so-
gathering you read the transcript there and if you do read the September 23 transcript, that in fact was the case. But ultimately, they did not.
I saw the hearing, sir. I observed the hearing.
So then you know that the issue came up, but they ultimately did not obtain independent experts.
May I just say something?
Absolutely not. No. I want to continue on
Right.
so that we can get through this, and I want to do this as quickly as I can. Subsequent to the hearing, after commissioners had requested experts to review the reports and the status, it appears that Mr. Phil was retained or asked to file a report to review the prior testimony at the last hearing. Was the HPC informed that indeed now, after the hearing and after the vote, an expert was going to go into the structure? Was anyone on the HPC advised that the township's engineering company was going to go in to review the status of the building?
Mr. Schwartz, why is that relevant to our decision-making on what was the record that happened after this record was closed?
I think my next question will answer that.
Whether HPC was notified or not notified would not have impacted what was already in the record.
Okay, I'll move on from that. Mr. Phil has testified that the applicant was right there at the time that the report that he had his review of the home. And Mr. Phil has testified that he responded to the applicant's request to determine remediation of all of the asbestos within the property. Ms. Talley, why would the applicant be allowed to be there when the township was trying to have an independent report on the interior and status of the subject premises?
They arranged a tour, a site inspection with the property owner independently. They obviously had to get the permission from the property owner to gain access to the building.
Why wouldn't you have had experts in prior to the hearing as opposed to after? Since they had to vote on the very issues at hand.
I don't know, what are you talking about?
Why did Mr. Phil come in afterwards, after the HPC hearing?
Mr. Phil is the board engineer to the board of adjustment. Mr. Connolly is the expert to the HPC.
Did you provide access to Mr. Connolly prior to the hearing?
Mr. Connolly had access.
Did you provide access to the building prior to the hearing so that Mr. Connolly could refute or review the experts being presented?
Mr. Connolly testified that he went to the house and looked at it from the outside, but never went in.
I ask again, Ms. Talley, did you provide interior access to Mr. Connolly to get into the building prior to the HPC hearing when there were reports about the status of the interior of the structure?
Mr. Schwartz, I asked Mr. Connolly to do his report. I didn't tell Mr. Connolly that he needed to go to visit the interior of the building. I left that up to his discretion. As you know, as a former member of the planning board, any member, when applications are submitted to the various boards for review, that includes the ability of the boards and their experts to conduct site visits. So That was
So
a
wouldn't it
positive.
make sense if there were two reports about the interior of the building and that the HPC was going to have to vote and the status of those reports and the interior of the building directly affected their vote and the formulation of the record, which the zoning board is voting on tonight? Wouldn't it have made sense, Ms. Talley, to provide access to Mr. Connolly and other experts?
Mr. Connolly always had he asked, he could have seen the inside of the house. It's not my job to direct him to go visit the interior of the building. That's at his discretion.
Mr. Phil? Didn't you direct Mr. Phil to come see the interior of the building?
No, we did that on our own.
Mr.
We
Connolly
didn't-
testified that he saw, he went to look at the building from the outside, never went in, and that the photographs that were supplied were enough for him.
Okay. Mr. Phil, hello, by the way. Nice to hear from you again. In your report that you gave this evening, you stated, and I know Mr. Sullivan stopped Mr. Rabacki on this. I just want to clarify this for the record. You stated that your review entailed getting rid of every single piece of asbestos in the building because the applicant asked you to review and to determine that. Is that correct? Yes or no, sir?
I'll repeat that.
You'll repeat it, or you want me to repeat it?
The question, the whole
Yeah,
question.
sorry. You broke up a little bit. That's why I wasn't clear what you were saying. Are you asking me to repeat the question, or you're going to?
No,
say something?
I was asking you to repeat the question.
Did you base your report or a portion of your report on removing absolutely every piece of asbestos in the building, which I believe is what you had said the applicant asked you to determine and to look at as a part of your evaluation?
Can I try and short circuit this? Mr. Phil was told to review what was in the record. What the applicant told him what was already in the record, which is in Mr. Higgins' letter that stated June 4th, that it was the property owner's desire to remove all the asbestos fibers from the residence, which Mr. Higgins categorized as an impossible feat. It is true, as it reflected in the SCE report, that the property owner reiterated that statement, that it was not what Mr. Phil's task was to look at this. It was part of what he was to look at because it was in the record in the June 4th, 2021 letter. But this was not like something new, different that he was considering that was not part of the record before the HPC.
Very good. And finally, Mr. Phil, Mr. Fleischer summarized, and I just want to reiterate again for the record, that his statements that effectively most old houses within Montclair have asbestos in various places within plaster as insulation, and that doing any kind of construction within them can potentially release them. And this is just a fact of life of dealing with old houses, and individuals go about their business to try and minimize that. But the fact that there is asbestos there to begin with is just a fact of life in old houses within Montclair. Is that a fair statement, that effectively, or a fair summary of what Mr. Fleischman said in his discussion with you?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Are there any other members of the public who have questions for either Ms. Bennett or Mr. McMahon or Mr. Phil?
I don't hear any more questions.
Okay. Um,
Question.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
Who is this, please?
My name is David Greenbaum, member of the public,
and I
and I
happen to be a member of the HPC.
HPC.
Okay, Mr. Greenman, we've gone through this pretty extensively. We just want to avoid repetition. Is there a question that you want to ask that hasn't already been asked?
Yes,
Yes,
I'd like to have clarification from Mr. McMahon.
Okay, could you just give us your address for the record, please?
91 Lloyd Road, Montclair.
Okay, ask your question.
Is my understanding, according to Mr. McMahon's statement, that the applicant and their homeowners insurance company parted ways. Can you explain and clarify what that means? It's my understanding that a policy from a company like Chubb would be full replacement value. And generally Chubb, to my knowledge, is generally very, very generous and a premium insurance policy. So could you clarify how the applicant and the insurance company parted ways, and how does that affect the means to remediate or address the home?
I was not involved with the insurance company, so I cannot speak to exactly what happened. I can say that I was advised by my client before I got involved in this matter that the insurance company and they realized that this could not be fully remediated. They had already spent $700,000 on it, and they made an agreement and parted ways, as I said. I was not part of it.
Don't you find that to be somewhat?
I also know that they only have currently they only have liability insurance on the property.
I would think, I would be curious to know if you think that's peculiar.
I think this whole situation is mighty peculiar, and I've never been involved in a house in this torn apart condition and this asbestos contamination, and nor $700,000 worth of remediation. No, it's very peculiar.
But if the replacement value of the home is likely in excess of $700,000, why would they have parted ways with the insurance company?
I told you I was not involved, and I can't say exactly what happened.
Thank you very much. Are there other members of the public who have questions of Ms. Bennett, Mr. McMahon, Mr. Phil?
Or comments?
I don't hear any.
Seems it would be time to close the public hearing.
Okay. We are closing the public hearing, if you want me to say it in addition to your saying it. Okay. I guess.
Could I ask a question about Mr. Phil regarding his testimony tonight?
Do we need to do that, Mr. McMahon?
We don't have to.
Okay, the public hearing was closed, so.
Okay.
Ms. Bennett, is there anything you want to say before I'm going to give you an opportunity and then Mr. McMahon an opportunity before we discuss and vote on the appeal?
Yes, I'd like to tell everybody to assure everyone that we looked at this very seriously. We looked at it through the lens of the ordinance as it's written and went over went over all the points of the ordinance. And I think it would be a great loss to the integrity of the neighborhood. I think that with a creative architect, that the facade could be saved. We did not have the assurance of a asbestos expert to speak to us during our hearing, which I think would have been very valuable. And I would just like to, again, reiterate that the 3 people that voted in to approve the demolition, that the condition was that that we look at be able to see the Chubb insurance exhaustion report. I think that was very crucial to see what the financial burden would be on the property owners. And as in Tom Culley's report, we're not unsympathetic to these people, and they, of course, they have a house that they want to retain and live there. But we are the HPC, and it is our mission to, look at other things and procedure. And I think that I feel confident that we did a good job and looking at it, determining it, and presenting the facts. So you've got our resolution. I hope everyone took the opportunity to read it. And I think the questions tonight, while some of them were long, and I think they were insightful, and I'm sure that this board will make their decision based on the facts. Thank you.
Mr. McMahon?
Yeah, thank you. Again, it seems like it's the de minimis approach to the absolute devastation that these people have suffered in this house. There is asbestos was blown everywhere. That was testified to, and there was 2 more floods further spreading asbestos everywhere in this house. That was testified to. There's no contradictions here. The difficulty of removing the asbestos was testified to by our structural engineer and our asbestos engineer, uncontradicted. Mr. Phil, SE, agrees how difficult it could be. He was taken through a long hypothetical about building within a building and all of that. No discussion of the cost of that. We know that to maintain the facade, and again, this is all about the facade. It was beyond exorbitant. So, but by the testimony of Mr. Beck, it's a terrible situation. These people have been out of this house now since October of 2018. They have spent time, effort, money, blood, sweat, and tears. First of all, trying to maintain the house, to get the house back to a place where they could safely and comfortably live in it. They want to live in their property. They want to live in their house. So they don't want it taken from them, which essentially, if they're denied here, what do? It doesn't remove the asbestos. It doesn't make it habitable. It's a sin. It's a tragedy. And as far as the neighborhood, they want to build a lovely single-family home fitting within the neighborhood. Given the opportunity, they have to go through all the planning and everything like that. So you'll see what they want to do. I don't see any reason why it should be their application should be denied. I think if it is denied, you're really taking the house from them, and I really don't know what they can possibly do. There's a lot of, somebody mentioned that they had somebody that want to buy it. Oh yeah, well, how much? And what are they going to do? Because anyone that buys this house in its current condition is going to have the exact same problem we have now, and that's this major asbestos contamination. This is not just putting a nail in a wall and releasing a little bit of asbestos. This is asbestos throughout the house, every surface, every nook, every cranny. And I'd appreciate if you'd vote for the demolition and let these people out of this living nightmare that they've been in. Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, do you want to give us any guidance before we discuss the? You don't have to. I just.
We're looking for wisdom at 12:30 a.m. No, I think we've indicated that the record is set below, and now is the time to either deny or grant the demolition permit. Some of the criteria that was focused on came to arise during the argument, and I think I read one of the sections there regarding the retention and let me just find that again. I read from 347 142.1 E3G, and I'll read it again. This is a review criteria for total demolition. The structural soundness and integrity of the building, structure, object, or site, and the economic feasibility of its restoration or rehabilitation so as to allow for its reasonable use. This was the focus of a lot of testimony and discussion tonight, so I think that's one of the major components that should be looked at.
Okay. I'm going to start the discussion just because I think that may facilitate. I may or may not give my bottom line at the end of it because I'm still thinking. But I guess before we get to the, I mean, this is an extremely difficult application. I mean, the circumstances here are very difficult and, but, the ordinance sets forth very clear criteria. And, while I agree with the point Mr. Simon made that, there are no quantifiable standards. And when I had a different regulator had for many years that included historic preservation, I sometimes was frustrated as to, well, what makes, at what point is it economically infeasible to renovate? But, that's where historic preservation ordinances and the townships is fairly typical on that. But before we get to that, I mean, there is a requirement in the ordinance. I can't go back to where it is, but it reads, in instances where there is a claim of no other alternative to total demolition, which is the case here, the applicant shall, not may, provide written documentation of good faith attempts to sell the building at a reasonable and comparable amount, or to offer it without charge. Well, skip the moving part. That's clearly not feasible. Reasonable and comparable sales price shall be indicated by providing evidence such as recent appraisals, comparable values of properties similar to the building proposed to be totally demolished, or other evidence the Historic Preservation Commission deems acceptable. It's clear here on the record there was no attempt whatsoever to provide this information. That the applicant, the record indicates that the applicant's desire is to live on this property, and they bought the house to live here, and if they're demolishing, they want to rebuild here. But the goal of the Historic Preservation Ordinance is to preserve historic properties, and if the current owner wants to demolish it, they're obligated to make an effort to try and find someone to buy it. And I am totally ignoring the reference that was made that there is someone we don't know. There was no offer made, no proposal to sell the property. So I'm troubled by that. I am troubled by, what I would have viewed as what normally would have been submitted in terms of actual cost estimates to, okay, and it's really a comparison. Okay, there's a cost of demolishing the house, a cost of rebuilding the house. That's X amount. There is the compared that to the cost of remediating the asbestos to the point that the house is livable and restoring the damage that's been done to it. And that we don't have anything in there. There's nothing in the record that gives us a basis of saying, oh, to the cost of the remediation is so astronomical compared to what would be the cost of the demolition and building a new house, that it's just cost prohibitive. It's going to be much cheaper for them. It's not economically feasible to take that into account. And I guess the part of this that, it's clear from the June 4th letter from Mr. Higgins is he is basing his indication on the astronomical cost, the various terms he used in his testimony, to do the remediation on the property owner's desire to remove every fiber of asbestos from the house. Now, that's not what any standard is. I don't know to what extent, to remediate it to a level where there is no reasonable risk or no greater risk than I have in my house that was built in 1915 with plaster walls, and thousands of other homes in the town have the same issue of I'll call it incidental exposure to asbestos, sometimes more than incidental if you're doing duct work in the house. And are we getting it down to what is a normal situation? What was the situation in the house before the catastrophe struck? They're seeking a perfect world, but I don't think that's, on the other hand, this is what has happened to the property owners is beyond comprehension as to how their contractors were this inept, and I don't know whose decision it was. So, that there was no heat and the pipes burst, just as creating a second disaster. But I think it's a question. We need to make our decision based on the record, and do we accept the indication that the costs would be large when with no comparison, and one, as to how much of that cost is being picked up by insurance, and two, what is the cost of the demolition and the building of a new house, because those are the two alternatives that are out there. But I will stop at that point. I guess punish Mr. Fleischer by having him go next as the next most senior member of the board. And then I'll just go alphabetically from there.
I mean, I guess I'm struggling with the very same issues. Clearly, everything is feasible. I don't think anything, the problem I saw with, while I don't necessarily agree with facadism and a lot of other things associated with the HPC issues, I do believe that there is nothing in the HPC's decision in the first instance that says they did something that they shouldn't have done. And I'm struggling with the fact that you're in a situation where there's a vote of 3-3, and that's a denial. But on the other side, the side that wanted to go forward had conditions with it. So to me, it was never a clean-cut decision per se. And so I struggle with the suffering of the applicants for certain, but there's nothing in my mind that was done improperly by the HPC. Whether I like the decision or don't like the decision, whether I might have voted differently is immaterial, but I don't think there was anything wrong with what they did, or there was anything inappropriate in how they arrived at the conclusion they did. I still want to hear from my colleagues on this. Everybody here believes it would be nice if we weren't in this position, but that's as far as I can go. I understood the points that Mr. Harrison made, and I agree with them totally. It's simply a matter of, did somebody do something wrong here? And I'm not sure that HBC and the vote that resulted at the last hearing was inappropriate or wrong to the point that I would have a right to suggest that I overrule it. But I do want to hear from other people.
And Mr. Fleischer, I just want to repeat again, the record is the record before the HPC, but you're making this determination now as if the HPC didn't make one. I mean, this is de novo. So based on the evidence, would you vote to permit the demolition permit or not? That's the question.
Well, yeah, Mr. Sullivan, I hear what you're saying, but I don't have all the information I would want if I were making the decision. So that's not so easy. So you're, on one hand, you're saying what the HPC did has nothing to do with it. On the other hand, they're the only ones that provided information per se in the record, because if the whole hearing were before me, I would have a whole different set of questions and issues that I might not have been able to vote on it without more information.
Well,
I don't think there's sufficient information in the hearings for me to overturn the decision. That's my feeling.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you come to the determination that the criteria, for example, the two sections of the ordinance that Chairman Harrison referenced, if you determine that the applicant didn't meet their burden of proof and didn't supply the evidence, then that would be a reason not to approve the demolition permit.
Right.
I just didn't, I just wanted to clarify the standard of review for you.
No, I think I understood. And as I said, if I were sitting on the commission or anything else, that would be a whole different issue. I might have asked for other things, but it is where it is right now. And we often say to applicants that come to us, you make the decision of what to present, and we have to make the decision of whether what you presented is sufficient. And if we're not satisfied, we make a decision. So I'm simply saying that I would have required more, and it's not available to me. And that's as far as I can go right now, and I'll have to wait. And I'm waiting to hear the opinion of my colleagues.
Mr. Church?
We're basing our decision based on what was sent to us to review. Upon reviewing everything that came to my attention and listening to some of the testimony and Mr. Harrison's remarks and everything else, it puts me in a situation where I can't really decide exactly what is going on. First of all, we don't have a lot of information. We don't know what the applicants have done to further advance their position, like putting the place up for sale and finding out if anybody would come in and buy it. And if they did, I wasn't made privy to that through what I had to review. Secondly, I don't know that the house itself is in any position to be lived in any time in the future. I think that the remediation of that building will take a lot of money, and it will cost the applicants a fair amount. We don't know exactly how much it would cost them to tear it down and rebuild. We have no idea of what they're going to put up. And the district, the historical district in which it sits, will be diminished by the fact that that house is no longer there once they tear it down. However, I believe that the historical value of that house lost its value when it was destroyed by the contractor by allowing feasible material to penetrate every bit of the building. So with all that in mind, and listening to the testimony tonight, which a lot of it was just a lot of babble from people that just got on and exercised their brains, I believe that the material in front of me would lead me to believe the building should be taken down. Unless there's some, as Mr. Harrison intimated, unless there's some knowledge someplace along the line of how much it would, how much the cost would be if somebody bought it, they would still have to face the same situation, probably come back before us, before the zoning, and ask for variances all over the place in order to get it in shape. So my feeling at this point is I would vote based on what I've read and what I've looked at and what I heard tonight would be to let the house be taken down and go forward from there and see what transpires. Now, I could be swayed either way at this point, but this is my initial feeling. It should be destroyed.
Mr. McCulloch?
Well, I don't need to say that this is a very complicated issue. And this hearing is certainly one in which, I would say that my thoughts have swayed from one end of the pendulum to the other. So clearly there have been times in the course of their conversation in which I would say, the house should be demolished. And then there are other moments in which I felt that it should not be. And so I'm not surprised at all that the Historical Commission essentially deadlocked in terms of their vote. And by default, they prevented the house from being demolished. That's not surprising to me at all. I'm listening to the discussion, having my own questions. I very clearly can understand that there is a level of destruction and deterioration that has unfolded that potentially cannot be overcome. And I say that through the lens of economy. Obviously, if $700,000 has already been spent on the property, and the purchase price was $1.3 or $1.4 million, it's certainly reasonable to conclude that a threshold is being reached, or certainly is very close to being reached. But then on the other hand, I hear in the conversation that two things. One of them is that the homeowner is prepared to demolish the property and to reconstruct, suggests that maybe the financial threshold hasn't entirely been reached. I don't know how the insurance company factors into this mix at all. Then on the other hand, I hear that there could be potentially another buyer, and I didn't hear anything in the discussion that really sort of satisfied my question of whether or not options for other purchases had fully been explored and exhausted. My sense is that perhaps some more time should be given to that question or that exploration. There's a certain finality that happens when you take down the building. Once you take it down, it's gone. That's it. And I think to do that without having fully exhausted all of the questions or to have fully exhausted all of the options probably would be a mistake. There's certainly a sense of me that says ultimately or inevitably this building is going to come down. But at this particular point, based on what I'm hearing, it feels as though it might be a bit premature. And so I think I kind of lean towards the commission is in terms of being deadlocked on the issue and saying maybe this is the direction in which ultimately we have to go, but maybe we haven't yet reached the moment in which we need to agree on the finality of that decision. I think that's where I am at this point.
Mr. Moore?
Just like every other commissioner, this is a very tough one. I feel for the property owners because, with this much asbestos in your home, it's quite costly, and insurance, and then the amount that the insurance is paid, and that also there's an option to demo the entire property. I'd like to receive more information in order to be able to come to a conclusion. I deal with hazardous materials on projects, abatement of asbestos, air monitoring, and we all know that it can be very costly, especially if it's, there's a difference with if it's friable or non-friable, and if it's exacerbated throughout a home to this length. But it seems as though, so one end would say demo the building, but this is part of the historic preservation, which makes up the character of Montclair. So, it's not that I'd be completely against that due to health and safety and putting that first, but I would like to see more efforts made, more professional information received to vote to demo at this point in time.
Mr. Simon?
I'm not going to reiterate the challenge for this particular application. The bottom line is that based on all the stacks of papers in front of us, there is evidence that, estimates that there are unsafe levels of asbestos in a house. And the bottom line for me is, would I want to live there? Would I feel comfortable having my kids in a house that had this level of asbestos all over the place? And that's the decision that the owners probably grappled with. But they didn't do themselves any favors by not providing what I see as basic information. It's a numbers game. This is what it seems to be. What's the cost to fix? So by my initial reaction is that I would side with the property owners for them to do what they want with the property that they purchase. Obviously, if they were in it for profits, from the time they bought it to the price that land is worth now, I'm sure they would come out ahead. But if there are specific requirements that numbers be provided in terms of estimates and figures in order to approve, then I have to side with providing those numbers and figures. So if that's provided, then I would, clearly vote for the demolition. But if the requirement is that specific steps are followed and that has not been followed, then I would not vote in favor.
Okay, Mr. Caulfield?
Thank you, Chair. It is a difficult decision. I understand how we got here with the how we got here with the HPC and about, I guess, a couple of houses were knocked down and they weren't given a demolition permit. And HPC had gotten a chance to get brought into this to do this, but this case is a difficult case because it's not like some builder that came in and recklessly knocked down houses and didn't go through any type of review. I think it's kind of hard on this situation is that this is not easy for that way. I also have an understanding that, in our boards and everything, that we have experts that come to our boards that we adhere, that we hear them as experts and weigh their stuff and weigh their decisions and weigh their things and make our decisions off of that. And I just feel like there was a disconnect in somewhat of the HPC of understanding the purchasers' ideas of their experts and stuff, and kind of like maybe a mistrust or something in that, to not make a decision for what I think is kind of a decision for the property owners in this. So I'm gonna listen and wait and see what the rest of the board has to say, but I'll just wait and see what happens with the board. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wrestling between one side and the other. There was a ton of evidence and a ton of materials to review, and I can only sympathize as a human being to the owners of all the trouble that they have gone through. At the same time, as a professional, I feel that I'm with Mr. Moore in terms of I feel the I guess the lack of some of the reports and also part of the procedure that we didn't have experts to testify. There was some questions about credibility on the experts or some of the documentation that was provided. So would have liked to hear from them. So I'm not sure where to go with this, but that's really all I can offer, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Let me return. I follow up on what Mr. Vieira said and what Mr. Fleischer said earlier. Probably the most frustrating part of this is reading the transcript and saying, gee, I wish they had asked this, and if I had been there, I would have asked this, and, help clarify the record. And, but that's, it's, it's just, and, we make an effort, and while ultimately it is the applicant's choice as to what to present, we try very hard in this board, and particularly with the unrepresented applicants, but not only when we see a potential, we'll try and, for getting something approved, we'll probe and try and get them to say things they sometimes don't, and we deny the application. But, if we see a path forward that they're not presenting, we'll, ask questions to get the information out, but we can't do that here. And like Mr. McCulloch, I have changed my views during the course of this a few times, and I'm not sure I've totally settled now. I mean, the part that, I mean, this is, well, there was apparently one other situation where the Historic Preservation Commission did vote to allow a demolition to occur. But this is the second one they voted, to deny, and, this clearly is, there's some significance. The part, or I give Mr. Sullivan a headache, which I'm about to do. I mean, the part that I guess I'm struggling getting over is the ordinance is very clear in terms of the applicant's responsibility to offer the property up for sale. And well, on one hand, I understand why the applicant didn't want to do it. On the other hand, I don't know how, since we're supposed to apply the ordinance to the record before us, how I say, oh, it's okay, they just ignored that part of the ordinance. And I suspect it's likely they might not have found a buyer at a fair price for the property. But I can't presuppose that. There is the one indication that the one owner, talked to a realtor, but that's not what the ordinance requires. I mean, the ordinance requires that they, you have, I'm not finding, by providing evidence such as recent appraisals, comparable values of properties similar to the building proposed to be demolished. I mean, there's nothing like that in the record. And I don't know. I am concerned about this setting a precedent, saying, oh, it's okay to ignore that. It says that, but, if you want to demolish it, just, focus on the economic feasibility. And, I think I made clear I'm not satisfied with the record there, but, I don't, okay. So let me, if we were a court and doing an appeal on the record, my instinct would have been to remand it back and say, go make findings on those issues. But I'm not sure, Mr. Sullivan, that's something we can do.
I don't believe it is something we can do. We're supposed to make a decision based on the record. Let's bear in mind that this is the second time that this has been before the HPC.
I know, and that's, I guess, one of the frustrating parts, that the record was not more robust, I guess is how I'm going to say it. Okay, does anyone else have anything further to say? And if not, someone needs to make a motion.
And Mr. Vieira is not eligible, correct, Janice?
He's not.
Okay.
Bill, I have a quick question. Mr. Caulfield, the caveat that you're talking about in that ordinance about the buyer aspect of it, if someone didn't like a house, they can, is it easy to sell that house compared to a house that has an issue of asbestos?
I think, the the ordinance refers to comparable values. I think, clearly no one is going to pay 1.4 million that they paid for it, or even, what in theory housing prices in Montclair have gone up since then. I think it's looking at it, given its current condition and given that substantial work would have to be done in order to make the house livable again. So but it's, but that's where, the applicant is supposed to come in with recent appraisals, comparable values, and say, given this, we're offering the house for X dollars, and based on these appraisals, these comparable sales. And I'm not sure where you get a comparable value given the condition of the house, but I think, I mean, I've dealt with situations like this in work, and you can get realtors or appraisers to go out and value the property and say, okay, the property, it's going to cost X dollars to rehabilitate that, and after that it's going to be worth this, but to get there, and so hence the value is, I'm making up a number, but say $300,000, and that's where, and then they can offer, and it would have been fairly simple to do that, and one of two things would have happened: that no one would have responded, or someone would have said fine, and then they would have had a dilemma as to how much they really want to live on this property, and or do they want to sell it, giving everything. But I'm not, it is an ordinance standard. I think it's a fairly clear-cut ordinance standard as to what needs to be submitted, and it just wasn't done at all.
But is this ordinance was this is newly written, right? This ordinance, so it hasn't been tested in the sense of being tested in cases and other types of things coming through.
Well, but the ordinance provision is fairly standard. I can probably, there are numerous towns in the state that have comparable language, that have what I'll call a strong historic preservation ordinance, that the demolition provisions are similar to this. It's not like the township did something unique and different from what otherwise, what other towns have. I mean, it's just a fairly standard requirement in historic preservation ordinances.
Mr. Chair, the original HPC ruling required for them to provide some of those financial information. Are we in a position to add that same condition on our?
No. And I know this is so restricting, and I feel everybody's frustration, but we have to make a decision on what was presented below.
But we if people wanted to reverse HPC, I assume they could say, I think what I was asked, pick up the condition that the motion before HPC said. I'm not sure I understand what they were going to do with the information, but that's part of the record. I don't think we can go with conditions that aren't based in the record, but the motion to approve was to require they provide insurance information. Why do you think we can't do that if we're headed that way?
I just, only because it wasn't in front of us at the point. I mean, that motion failed. They wanted additional information. I know you're.
But even if you ignore that specific motion, the interest in having the insurance information is elsewhere in the record. I mean, it's not like that came out of the clear blue sky when the motion was made. I'm just puzzled as to what you do with that if you've approved the demolition. whether it comes in that they're getting $1 from insurance or $20 million from insurance. How do you undo
Well,
the?
yeah, what's the bottom line? I don't know what the difference is, right? Okay.
Okay, any other discussion by board members? And if not, someone needs to make a motion.
Motion is either to grant the demolition permit or deny the demolition permit.
Motion to approve the demolition based on the information presented.
Second,
Okay, so an aye vote is to grant the demolition permit.
I take it you want me to call the roll?
Yes.
Mr. Church,
yes.
Mr. Fleischer, Mr. Fleischer, are you there?
No.
Okay, no, all right. Mr. McCulloch,
No.
Mr. Moore,
No.
no?
No.
Mr. Simon,
Was that a yes or a no? I couldn't hear that.
No.
Mr. Harrison,
No.
and Mr. Caulfield.
Yes.
Okay, the motion fails and they do not get their demolition permit.
All right.
Okay,
I
is
think
there a motion? If anyone's not going to be here next Wednesday, I wish you happy holidays and a happy new year. For those who will be here, I'll see you in a week or a little less than a week now. And then is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, good night.
Good morning, everyone.
All right. Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank
Have a
you.
good
Good night.
Holidays. Good morning.
Meeting you folks.